Hello there, welcome to Nighttime Stories. I hope you've had a wonderful day. Now it's time to unwind. I'm here to help you drift off into a peaceful sleep. Before you get cozy, I'd love for you to like this video and subscribe. It helps bring more bedtime stories your way. Also, let me know in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is for you. Now, take a deep breath, relax, and let's begin. We found the house by accident. Ben and I weren't even planning to move yet. We were just browsing listings, the way people window shop for lives they don't actually expect to live. But there it was, sitting quietly between overpriced condos and run-down foreclosures. A two-story farmhouse with wide windows, a wraparound porch, and a ridiculous amount of charm for the price. I remember turning the screen toward him and saying, "There has to be something wrong with it." There wasn't, not officially. No water damage, no foundation issues. The roof had been replaced 5 years ago, and the wiring was old but functional. The seller was vague, a distant relative of the former owner, who'd apparently passed away a year earlier and left the place sitting empty. The family just wanted to be rid of it. We drove out the next weekend with the kids. From the outside, it looked like something out of a storybook, peeling white paint, a crooked weather vane, and these strange, beautiful rose bushes that had grown wild and high, half swallowing the fence. I remember thinking how quiet it was, not in a peaceful way exactly, just still, like the place had been waiting. We moved in a month later. Ben went back to working remotely. I stayed home to unpack, wrangle the kids, and try to make sense of the layout. The house was big, way bigger than our old place, and filled with odd nooks and narrow closets that didn't seem to go anywhere. There was a locked door in the upstairs hallway that we figured was a linen cupboard or old crawl space. It didn't open, and the key was long gone. We let it be. Then I found the room. It wasn't hidden or anything. It was at the end of the upstairs hall, just past the kids' bedroom. The door had been closed when we moved in, and somehow we'd managed not to open it during the first few days. It looked like a storage room, maybe an office, dark wood paneling, faded carpet, a low window that faced the overgrown backyard. And dolls. Dozens of them. Not in boxes, not forgotten in a trunk, displayed, arranged carefully along 3 short shelves that curved around the room like a little stage. All different types, porcelain, cloth, plastic. Some were tiny, barely the size of my palm. Others sat upright like small children, legs dangling over the edge of the shelf. Most wore dresses. A few were barefoot. I remember standing there longer than I meant to, hands still resting on the doorknob, eyes slowly moving from one doll to the next. They weren't smiling, not exactly. Some had neutral expressions, some looked almost bored. One of them, a tall, elegant thing with black glass eyes, seemed to be watching the others. I closed the door. That night, Ben laughed when I told him. "Creepy room full of dolls? Yeah, that tracks. Every old house has to have at least one weird thing." I laughed too, mostly, but something about it stuck with me. I checked on the room the next morning just to see if I'd imagined how many there were. I hadn't. They were still there, still arranged the same way, still staring. I dusted, vacuumed, tried to treat it like any other part of the house. but I didn't like going in. It wasn't fear. Not exactly, it was the way the air felt heavier inside. Like it belonged to someone else. A week passed. Then the whispers started. The first time, I thought it was the kids. I'd been reading in bed, the house already dark and quiet, when I heard it, a small, breathy voice just outside the bedroom door. I got up, opened it. Nothing. Both kids were asleep. Ben had his headphones on, halfway through a late meeting. I stood in the hall for a minute, listening. There it was again, faint, like breath on glass, like a child whispering through cupped hands. The next day, I asked the kids if they'd been up. No, Mia said, mouthful of cereal. But I heard it too. A girl. What kind of girl? She shrugged. A little one. She was singing. I didn't ask her to describe the voice. I didn't want to know if it matched the doll with the blonde braids and the dusty pinafore sitting second from the left. 2 days later, I found all the dolls turned. It was early morning, and I had gone into the room to grab a box of books we hadn't unpacked yet. As soon as I opened the door, I stopped. They were all facing the window. Not the shelf, not the room. The window. Dozens of small backs, heads slightly tilted. I asked Ben if he'd moved them. He frowned like I was wasting his time. Why would I touch them? I turned them back myself, one by one. It felt stupid, but I couldn't leave them like that. I told myself it was gravity or vibrations from the old floorboards. Something logical. Something dull. They were turned again the next morning. I didn't tell Ben. Instead, I started closing the door every time I passed that end of the hallway. But it didn't matter. The sound followed. The whispers came every night now. Sometimes I heard laughter quick and sharp, like something was amused by me. Sometimes it was words I couldn't quite make out, and sometimes it was singing. That was the worst part. The songs were tuneless, wandering little things that drifted through the vents like wind. I'd wake up to them stuck in my head. I started sleeping with the lamp on. Then Mia told me one of the dolls spoke to her. She said it like it was nothing, like she was telling me what happened at recess. She said not to be scared, that she used to live here too. I felt my chest tighten. Which one? Mia pointed. The one in the yellow dress. The one I had started calling the Watcher. I didn't sleep much after that. Not because of what Mia said, but because I knew she was telling the truth. After Mia told me the doll had spoken to her, I tried not to react. I just nodded, said something like, "Oh, that's interesting," and kept my voice light. I didn't want to scare her. At least, that's what I told myself. The truth was, I didn't know how to process it. She didn't say it like she was joking, and she wasn't trying to get attention. She just mentioned it in passing, like the doll talking to her was the most normal thing in the world. Like it was something that happened all the time. That night, I went into the doll room by myself. It had become a kind of ritual. I'd open the door slowly, expecting to see them turned or rearranged, and they always were. This time it was the doll in the yellow dress. The one Mia pointed to. She was no longer on the second shelf with the others. She was sitting on the windowsill now, hands resting on her lap, eyes fixed on the yard. I stood there for a long time, just staring at her. I didn't move her. I just closed the door again and backed away. The next morning, she was back on the shelf, facing forward, like she'd never moved at all. Ben still hadn't heard anything. He was too wrapped up in work, too tired by the time dinner rolled around to notice much of anything. When I brought it up lightly, he rolled his eyes. "I know the place is old," he said, "but come on, it's dolls. We can get rid of them if they're freaking you out." "I don't think we're supposed to," I said before I could stop myself. He looked at me. "What do you mean?" I don't know. They were here when we moved in. It feels wrong." That night, I dreamed about the room. In the dream, I was standing in the hallway looking at the door. It was cracked open, just an inch. I could hear something inside, soft whispers, like the sound of breath caught in fabric. When I opened the door, the dolls were all standing, upright, their feet flat on the carpet. They turned toward me in perfect silence. I woke up with a nosebleed. It wasn't severe, just a thin line of red down my upper lip, but I hadn't had one since I was a kid. I wiped it away and sat on the edge of the bed for a long time, trying to shake the feeling that something was attached to me, like the dream hadn't ended. Mia came downstairs around 8 that morning, rubbing her eyes and holding something in her hand. A button. Large, white, smooth, like porcelain, too big for any of our clothes. I asked her where she got it. She said the doll gave it to her. I didn't ask which one. That afternoon, I went to the local library while Ben watched the kids. I hadn't told him where I was going, just that I needed a break, needed to get out of the house for a bit. The library was small and smelled like dust and glue. The woman at the desk looked surprised to see me, like she hadn't expected anyone new in town to actually use it. I asked if there were any old records on the house, historical stuff, newspapers, property records. She didn't say anything at first, just stared at me for a moment too long. Then she pointed toward the back room. "Archives are there. Most of it's on microfilm." It took a while, but I found it. An article from 1987. The photo was blurry, and the ink had faded, but the headline stopped me cold. "Tragedy on Cedar Lane. Girl found dead in family home." The girl's name was Eleanor, 10 years old, same age as Mia. The article didn't give many details, just said she had been found in the upstairs bedroom by her mother. No sign of forced entry, no obvious injuries. The death was ruled undetermined. The address matched ours. I asked the librarian if she remembered anything about the story. She pressed her lips together, then said, "That house sat empty for a long time after. No one wanted it." She didn't say anything else. When I got home, the door to the doll room was open. I hadn't left it that way. I walked upstairs slowly, heart pounding, half expecting to see Mia or Theo inside, but the room was empty. Except for one thing. A new doll, smaller than the others, brown hair, tiny blue dress. I hadn't seen it before. and this one was holding something in its lap. Another button. That night, I moved all the dolls into the closet. It felt stupid, pointless, but I did it anyway. I took them off the shelves one by one, not letting myself look too long at their faces. I stuffed them onto the floor of the narrow closet, shut the door, and pushed a chair in front of it. Ben didn't ask. He probably didn't notice. The whispers started earlier that night, just after midnight. They were louder now, more distinct. I still couldn't make out all the words, but I caught phrases. She knows. He doesn't hear us. We don't like the closet. Then, just before 3, I heard footsteps in the hall. Slow, light, bare feet on wood. I got up, opened the door. The hallway was empty. I checked the kids, both asleep. When I turned back toward our room, I saw something on the floor. A line of buttons leading down the hall. I didn't follow them. I swept them into a drawer and closed it tight. The next morning, the doll with the blue dress was back on the shelf. I opened the closet. All the others were still inside. I counted. One was missing. I told Ben that one of the dolls was missing. He didn't even look up from his laptop. I thought you said you put them all in the closet. I did. One came back. He raised an eyebrow but didn't stop typing. They're toys, Nora. You probably just missed one. The kids might have moved it. I wanted to argue, but I didn't. I knew how it sounded. I knew he hadn't heard the whispers, hadn't seen the buttons or the strange way the dolls kept turning. It was all small things, and small things are easy to dismiss when you're not the one stacking them day after day like stones in your gut. But I knew. That afternoon, I took the dolls out of the closet again. I was done pretending I could ignore them. I lined them up on the floor in the hallway, far from the shelves. Every single one. I counted 15. Then I shut the door to the doll room and locked it, using the old key I found taped behind the kitchen cabinet. That night, I didn't hear the whispers. For a few hours it felt like something had broken, like the spell was lifted, or maybe I'd finally pushed back hard enough. I even managed to fall asleep without the lamp on. Then, at exactly 3 in the morning, the baby monitor in Theo's room crackled to life. At first, it was static. Then I heard the voice. Not Theo, not Mia. A small, slow whisper, not loud, not angry, just close. She moved us. I ran down the hallway barefoot, not caring about the sound or the lights or the panic in my throat. I flung the door open to find Theo sitting up in his crib, staring at the far wall. There, just inside the room, was the doll in the blue dress. The new one. Same expression, same hands folded neatly in her lap. I grabbed her without thinking and stuffed her in the bottom of the linen hamper. I didn't tell anyone. I barely slept the rest of the night, but nothing else happened. The next day I found Theo's pacifier inside the hamper, resting on the doll's lap. I didn't move her again. Instead, I started reading everything I could find about the house. I posted anonymously in forums, asked if anyone had lived here before or heard anything strange. A few people messaged me privately. One said her grandmother used to live nearby and wouldn't go past the house after dark. Another told me about a rumor from the late 80s, a little girl found dead, something about heart failure, but everyone said it wasn't natural. They all mentioned the same thing: the dolls. I couldn't shake the thought that Eleanor, the girl from the article, was connected to them. I started looking at them differently, watching the expressions, wondering if one of them had belonged to her, wondering if she was still here. Then Mia started changing. It was subtle at first. She grew quieter, distracted. She stopped asking for bedtime stories and started sleeping with the lights on. One morning I found her brushing her doll's hair. Nothing new, except the doll wasn't one we'd bought. It was one of the shelf dolls. "You took it out?" I asked, keeping my voice light. "No," she said without looking up. "She came to me." I crouched down. "Which one is that?" Mia glanced up. "Her name's Clara. She told me about the boy who used to live here. She said he was mean to the other dolls." I tried to breathe normally. "There was a boy here." Mia nodded. "He used to lock them in boxes, but they don't like that. They like to sit out and be seen." I felt cold all over. I hadn't told her about the closet. Later that day, I opened the doll room again. The door was still locked. The shelves were still empty. I had left all the dolls in the hallway. Except they were gone. I checked the hole upstairs. Found one under Mia's bed, two in the laundry basket, one sitting in the windowsill of our bedroom, turned toward the backyard. None of them had been there the day before. That night, I heard a knock at the front door. It was past midnight. Ben was asleep. The kids were in bed. I crept downstairs slowly, heart in my throat. No lights on. I didn't open the door. I just looked through the peephole. There was no one there. Only a single doll on the doormat. Not one I recognized. Short red hair, painted on freckles, no clothes, just placed there carefully, arms open. I left it outside. In the morning, it was on the stairs inside the house. That's when I told Ben everything. The whispers, the movement, the dreams, the dolls returning even when locked away. He listened quietly, watching me the way someone might watch a person about to fall apart. He didn't say I was crazy, but he didn't believe me either. "You're tired," he said gently. "This house is old, it creaks, and we've been through a lot lately." "You haven't heard them," I whispered. "They say things about us, about our family, things no one should know." His expression didn't change. That night he put the dolls in boxes, all of them. Even the one Mia insisted on keeping. He packed them in the trunk of his car and drove them to the donation center 2 towns over. He didn't tell me when he got back, just came inside, kissed my forehead and said, "It's done." I wanted to believe him. I wanted to believe it would stop. But the next morning there was a new doll sitting on the kitchen counter, wearing one of Mia's old baby dresses, holding a note that read in tiny, perfect handwriting, "She's still here." I didn't tell Ben about the note. I read it twice, then folded it and put it in the back of my journal, behind the library article and my sketches of where I'd found the dolls each time. I hadn't written in days, but I kept the journal close proof for myself, if nothing else. She's still here. That was all it said. No name, no signature. The handwriting was strange, too neat, like it had been printed by a machine or copied from somewhere. It wasn't mine, it wasn't Ben's. And it definitely wasn't either of the kids. The doll holding the note was smaller than the others, pale fabric, hand-stitched, with little red dots for eyes and no mouth at all. I didn't remember ever seeing it before. I picked it up with a dish towel and dropped it into the garbage bin outside. Then I stayed up most of the night listening to the walls. There were no whispers that night, no footsteps, just silence, long and deep, like the house was holding its breath. In the morning, I checked the bin. Empty. I went back inside without touching the lid. Mia was already at the table staring out the window while her cereal went soggy. Her eyes looked glassy, like she hadn't really slept. "Did you have any dreams?" I asked gently. She didn't look at me, just nodded. I waited. She said the boy is still angry, she mumbled. She said he wants to come back, but the others won't let him. I felt my stomach twist. What boy? Mia blinked. Clara didn't say his name. Clara, the doll, the one she'd been sleeping with before we boxed them all up. Ben had driven them all out of town. He told me that himself. He said he watched someone at the donation center take them. I believed him. I just didn't think it had made any difference. Later that afternoon, I checked the hallway upstairs again. The room at the end was locked, just as I'd left it. But when I bent down and looked through the old keyhole, I could see movement inside. Just a flicker, like someone had passed in front of the window. I opened the door, slowly. The shelves were empty, the curtains drawn. No furniture, no toys, no dolls. Nothing had been returned. But on the far wall, someone had drawn on the wallpaper 3 stick figures. One tall, one medium, one small. All with X's for eyes. No mouths. I stared at it for a long time. That evening I tried to talk to Ben again. Not about the dolls, he'd had enough of that conversation, but about leaving. Just for a while. A hotel for a few nights. Maybe visiting family. He looked tired, more tired than I'd realized. "I have meetings all week," he said, "and Mia's got school. You really think packing up and running off will help?" "We need a break," I said. "Something's not right." He rubbed his eyes. "Something's not right because you haven't slept. None of us have. You're wound so tight you're scaring yourself." I nodded. I didn't argue. I didn't bring it up again. But I started packing anyway, quietly. Little things, clothes I knew we'd need, important documents, photos. That night, I woke to the sound of a thud. Not loud, not close, but heavy, like something had fallen upstairs. Ben didn't move beside me. I got up slowly and crept into the hallway. Everything was still. I checked on the kids. Theo was snoring softly, curled into a ball. Mia was on top of her blanket, eyes wide open. "Did you hear it?" I whispered. She nodded. "What was it?" She pointed at the window. "He's outside now," she said. I stepped over and peeked through the blinds. At first I didn't see anything. Then, just near the tree line at the edge of the yard, something moved. Not a person, not quite. It was too thin, too still. I only caught the silhouette for a moment before it melted back into the shadows, but I saw it. It was holding something. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The next morning, I found muddy footprints on the porch, small, bare. They didn't match Mia's or Theo's. I took a photo, then cleaned them before Ben could see. I didn't want another argument. I didn't want him to tell me it was just a raccoon or a prank. I knew better. That afternoon, I heard whispering again. This time, it was from inside the house. Not in the vents, not behind the walls, just down the hallway, from the closet where we'd first locked the dolls. I stood outside it for a long time. Eventually, I opened the door. The closet was empty. No dolls, no boxes. But a pile of buttons had been left in the corner. A small stack arranged in a perfect circle. I backed away and shut the door without touching them. That night, I went into Mia's room again to check on her. She was sitting on her bed, facing the wall. "Mia?" I whispered. She turned around slowly. Her hands were cupped around something. "I didn't want her to be cold," she said. She opened her hands. The doll from the porch, the one I'd thrown away. The one with no mouth. I took it gently and told her everything was okay. She didn't believe me. I could tell. Neither did I. Back in our bedroom, I placed the doll on the dresser and stared at it for hours. It didn't move. But sometime after midnight, I looked up and it was gone. I found it in the bed, right between Ben and me. When I reached for it, something whispered right next to my ear. "She's coming back." I didn't touch the doll. I just lay there in the dark, staring at the ceiling, waiting. We left the next morning. I didn't wait for Ben to agree. I didn't give the house time to change its mind. I packed a single suitcase with what we needed clothes for a few days, birth certificates, chargers, Theo's blanket, Mia's drawing pad, and told the kids we were going on a trip. Ben resisted at first. "We can't just leave," he said, half dressed and half awake. "You don't just walk away from a mortgage." "We'll come back," I told him, "but if we stay any longer, something's going to happen." He looked at me for a long time, then at Mia, who stood by the door holding her backpack and staring down the hall like she was listening to something I couldn't hear. He didn't argue after that. We got in the car and left. I didn't look back at the house. I didn't check to see if anyone was at the window. I kept my eyes on the road until the curve took us out of view. We booked a motel about 30 minutes out of town, next to a highway and a diner that smelled like burnt coffee. It wasn't much, but it felt safe. The walls were bland, the lights were bright. The air was still. I cried in the bathroom while the kids watched cartoons. Ben sat on the edge of the bed, rubbing his hands together. "You want to tell me what's going on now," he said. "Not just the dolls, all of it." I told him everything. The footsteps, the whispers, the drawings, the notes, the fact that every time I threw one away it came back. I told him about Eleanor, the girl who died in the house before us. The library records, the people online, the footprints, the buttons. I didn't leave anything out. When I finished, he didn't say I was crazy. He didn't call it stress or sleep deprivation or coincidence. He just nodded once and said, "Okay." That was enough. We stayed in the motel for 2 nights. Nothing happened. No dreams, no dolls, no whispers. I let myself believe, just a little, that we were in the clear. Then, on the 3rd morning, I went out to the car to grab a sweater I'd left in the trunk. When I opened it, something rolled forward. A doll. One I hadn't seen before. Wooden, painted by hand, small black eyes, no arms. No note, no explanation, just there. I picked it up slowly and felt a chill run down my spine, not fear exactly, more like understanding. Whatever this was, it wasn't just the house. It was the memory of it. It was us now. I didn't say anything to Ben. I didn't want to scare the kids. I wrapped the doll in a towel and drove to a local park, then buried it behind a row of trees, 6 inches down, deep enough to forget. We rented a short-term apartment in the next county. It was modern and ugly, and I loved it. No corners for things to hide, no creaky floors, no forgotten rooms. Weeks passed, then a month. Mia slept through the night again. Theo stopped clinging to my leg every time I left the room. Ben started laughing again, real laughing, not the strained kind that made you worry someone was pretending. We didn't talk about the house. Not directly, but we all avoided thrift stores, antique shops, garage sales, any place where you might find something that used to belong to someone else. I still had the journal. I kept it tucked in a locked drawer with the note and the newspaper clipping. Some nights I'd take it out and read through the pages, trying to understand what had happened. Not in a supernatural sense, just emotionally. Why us? Why that house? What it wanted? I never found an answer, not one that made sense. There was no great reveal, no family curse, no buried history waiting to be uncovered. Just a girl who had died in a room full of dolls and a house that refused to forget her. And maybe, in some twisted way, didn't want anyone else to forget either. Sometimes, late at night, I think I hear it again, that faint, papery whisper, not loud, not demanding, just there. But when I get out of bed and check the rooms, everything is still. Mia doesn't talk about Clara anymore. But every now and then, I catch her staring at the walls, like she's listening again, like there's something just beneath the paint she can almost hear. She's quieter than she used to be, not in a broken way, just watchful. A few days ago, she handed me a drawing, crayon on printer paper. It was a house, our old house, but not exactly. The yard was overgrown. The window in the doll room was open. and there were small figures in every window, tiny shapes with dark circles for eyes and no mouths. "They're still there," she said. I nodded. I didn't ask her how she knew. Last night, I opened my bedside drawer to grab my journal, and sitting on top of it was a single white button. Not dirty, not cracked. Clean. Polished. Like it had just been sewn on, then cut off again. I didn't throw it away. I didn't scream. I just closed the drawer and turned off the light. Because I understand now. Some houses don't haunt you the way you expect. Some ghosts don't knock or wail or drag chains through the halls. Some just wait. In silence. In corners. In memory. And if you listen long enough, if you look too closely, they don't need to chase you. You bring them with you. I don't know why we let Eric talk us into this. Looking back, there were little signs, things I brushed off because we'd been friends for so long. I trusted him. Maybe that was my mistake. There were 5 of us, me, Eric, Ryan, Kyle, and Jason. We'd been planning this hiking trip for weeks. Just a simple weekend out in the mountains, good views, some beers by the fire, nothing crazy. We'd done trips like this before, but this time, Eric had picked the spot. "This trail's barely known," he said, when we met up in the parking lot that morning. No crowds, no screaming kids, just pure wilderness. I should have paid more attention to how excited he seemed. The first few hours were normal. The air was crisp, the trees thick and green, sunlight breaking through the branches in golden patches. The trail itself was well worn but empty, and for a while it was perfect, just us, the crunch of dirt under our boots, the occasional bird call. Ryan and Kyle walked up ahead, cracking jokes about how every hiking trip turns into a deep conversation about life by the second day. Jason stuck with me, adjusting the straps of his pack every few minutes. Eric led the way. It was after lunch when he suggested the shortcut. We'd stopped by a small clearing to rest, passing around granola bars and water bottles. The official trail curved to the right, winding down a steep slope before disappearing into the trees. That's when Eric pointed to something barely visible through the woods, a narrow, unmarked path, cutting straight ahead. "Way faster," he said. "Shaves like 2 hours off the trip." I frowned. "How do you know that?" "I've done this trail before," he said casually. "A while back. This connects to the main route just past the river." Ryan looked skeptical. "If it's faster, why isn't it on the map?" Eric shrugged. "Probably not maintained, but it's fine. I wouldn't take us anywhere sketchy." That was the thing about Eric. He had this way of making anything sound reasonable. I'd known him since high school, and he'd always been like that, persuasive, confident. The kind of guy who could talk you into climbing a fence just to see what was on the other side. We hesitated, but in the end, we followed him. At first, the shortcut didn't seem like a bad idea. The path was narrow, but still walkable, the trees pressing in closer on either side. It was quieter, not even wind in the branches, just the sound of our footsteps. That was the first thing I noticed. The silence. Normally the woods are full of little sounds, birds, insects, leaves rustling. but as we moved deeper, it was like the forest swallowed every noise. The further we went, the heavier the air felt, the more muffled everything became. Kyle must have noticed too, because he made a joke about it. "Feels like we're in one of those horror movies," he said, "where they take a random shortcut and then never come back." Ryan snorted. "Yeah, except instead of a psycho in a mask, we'd probably just get eaten by a bear." But Jason Hay wasn't laughing. "This doesn't feel right," he muttered. I agreed with him, but I didn't say anything. I didn't want to be the one to make a big deal out of nothing. And besides, Eric seemed completely fine walking ahead, casual as ever, like he'd done this 100 times before. Then we saw the first carving. It was small, just a symbol, cut deep into the bark of a tree, 3 overlapping circles perfectly symmetrical. At first, I thought it was some hiker's attempt at leaving a marker, but then I saw another. And another. Within 5 minutes, we'd passed at least 10 of them, all spaced out along the trees, the same shape, carved with the same precision. Kyle slowed down, running his fingers over one. "What the hell is this?" "Probably just some locals messing around," Eric said. Jason shook his head. "These look old." Ryan crouched by a fallen log, brushing dirt off something. "They're on the ground, too." I looked down. Sure enough, there were more carvings etched into rocks, burned into fallen branches. It was weird, really weird. "Let's just keep moving," Eric said. I should have argued. I should have told him we needed to turn around, that this wasn't normal. But I didn't. I told myself it was nothing, just some weird hiker tradition we didn't know about. So we kept going. By late afternoon, the sky started to shift, the light turning that soft golden color that meant we needed to find a place to set up camp soon. "We should get back to the main trail," Jason said. "Almost there," Eric replied. "Just a little further." We hiked another half hour, then an hour. The main trail never appeared. By the time we stopped, the sun was starting to dip behind the trees, stretching long shadows across the ground. "We should have hit the river by now," Ryan said, his voice tight. Eric hesitated, but only for a second. "We must have veered off a bit. No big deal. We'll find it tomorrow." "No big deal," Jason snapped. "We've been walking for hours, man. If this was really a shortcut, we should be at camp right now." Eric sighed, rubbing the back of his neck. "Look, I miscalculated. We'll figure it out in the morning." It was a bullshit answer, and we all knew it. But arguing wouldn't help, not when it was getting dark. We set up camp in a small clearing. Nobody talked much. Ryan and Kyle gathered firewood while Jason sat on a log, staring off into the trees like he was waiting for something to move. I kept thinking about those symbols. I told myself they were meaningless, just random carvings. But deep down, I didn't believe that. And as the fire crackled and the shadows stretched longer around us, I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone out here. I woke up sometime in the middle of the night, disoriented, my face half buried in my sleeping bag. The fire had burned low, just glowing embers now, and for a second, I didn't know what had woken me. Then I noticed it. The silence. No wind, no rustling leaves, no distant chirp of crickets, nothing. The kind of silence that makes your ears ring, like your brain is trying to fill in the absence of sound. It was the same unnatural quiet we'd noticed on the trail, but now it felt even heavier, pressing in on my skull like a dull headache. I sat up slowly, looking around. The others were still sleeping, Ryan curled up with his jacket over his face, Kyle halfway out of his bag, one arm draped over his pack. Jason wasn't in his sleeping bag. My stomach clenched. I turned my head, scanning the camp, and there he was sitting on a log near the fire, staring into the dark woods. "Jason," my voice was hoarse. He didn't move at first, just sat there, motionless. Then finally, he turned his head slightly, like he'd only just realized I was awake. "Couldn't sleep," he muttered. I got up, my legs stiff from hiking all day. The cold hit me immediately, sharper than before, like the temperature had dropped way more than it should have. I pulled my hoodie tighter around me and walked over, sitting down next to him. "You hear that?" I asked. He didn't answer right away. He just nodded, his eyes still fixed on the tree line. It was starting to freak me out. I followed his gaze, squinting into the darkness. Nothing. Just the thick wall of trees, barely visible in the dim light of the embers. "Feels like the whole forest is holding its breath," he said finally. I didn't know what to say to that. He was right. For a while we just sat there, both of us staring out into the woods, listening to the silence. Then, somewhere in the distance, a snap, like a branch breaking underfoot. I stiffened. Jason heard it too. He sat up straighter, shoulders tensing. Another snap, closer this time. We weren't alone. I reached over and nudged Ryan, whispering his name. He groaned, half asleep, but when I nudged him again, he finally stirred. "What?" he mumbled. I put a finger to my lips. "Listen." For a moment, there was nothing, just that awful, suffocating silence. Then, crunch. Footsteps, slow, deliberate footsteps. Ryan shot up, instantly awake now. He looked at me, then at Jason, then toward the sound. Kyle stirred next, muttering something about being cold, but before he could fully wake up, another sound cut through the stillness. A whisper. I swear to God, it was a whisper, too low to make out the words, but it came from just beyond the trees. My breath caught in my throat. Jason was already reaching for his flashlight. He clicked it on and aimed the beam into the woods. Nothing. Just trees, stretching endlessly into the black. He swept the light left, then right. Still nothing, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had just moved just out of range of the light, slipping deeper into the dark. Ryan cursed under his breath. Probably an animal. "No," Jason said. His voice was dead serious. That was a voice. Ryan started to argue, but then the whisper came again. This time, it was on the other side of camp. Closer. Kyle sat up fast. What the hell was that? No one answered. We were all frozen. Eric, who had been sleeping deeper than anyone, finally stirred. "What's going on?" "Shh," I hissed. For a few seconds, everything was still. Then, from somewhere out in the trees, a low, dragging sound, like something heavy being pulled through the leaves. That was it. I grabbed my boots, yanking them on as fast as I could. Jason was already standing, gripping his flashlight so tightly his knuckles were white. Ryan looked around wildly, like he was trying to decide if this was some kind of elaborate prank. Eric, though, he just sat there, completely calm. That's when I noticed something. He wasn't scared, not like the rest of us. In fact, he almost looked expectant, like he'd been waiting for this. I swallowed hard. We need to leave, now. Ryan nodded. Screw this. I'm not sticking around to find out what that was. But Eric, he just sighed, rubbing his hands together like we'd just told him something mildly annoying, like he knew we were going to say that. Relax, he said. You guys are overreacting. I stared at him. Did you not hear that? It's the woods, man. Sounds carry weird. Probably just an echo. Jason turned to him. Then why the hell was it on both sides of us? Eric didn't answer. That was when Kyle grabbed his pack. Nope, I'm out. He was up and moving before anyone could stop him, stepping toward the path we'd come from. And that's when we saw it. The carvings. I don't know how we didn't notice before. Maybe we were too tired, too distracted. But now that we were looking, they were everywhere. All around our campsite, more symbols had been carved into the trees. Not just the 3 circles we'd seen earlier. New ones, different ones. I couldn't breathe. They hadn't been there when we set up camp. I was sure of it. But now, as the firelight flickered, they seemed to glow the fresh cuts in the bark stark against the blackened trunks. Ryan took a step back. Tell me someone did this before we got here. No one answered. Because we all knew the truth. Someone or something had done this while we were sleeping. Kyle turned back to us. We're leaving, right now. Eric exhaled sharply, standing up. Guys, calm down. His voice was steady, but I saw it just for a second. A flicker of something in his eyes. Not fear, not confusion. Annoyance. Like we were ruining something for him. And that was the moment I knew Eric hadn't just picked this trail at random. He knew. He knew about the carvings. He knew about the silence. He knew about whatever was out there. And he brought us here anyway. I don't know if it was the carvings or the whispers in the dark, but something finally snapped in Ryan. We're leaving, he said, right now. He was already stuffing his sleeping bag into his pack, moving fast. Kyle was right behind him. Jason didn't even argue, was rolling up his mat, shoving gear into his bag like his life depended on it. And then there was Eric. He just stood there, arms crossed, watching us like we were a bunch of kids throwing a tantrum. You guys are being ridiculous. I stopped, glaring at him. Are you serious? Eric sighed. Yeah, I am. Think about it for 2 seconds. If something was out there, wouldn't we have seen it by now? You're all freaking out over some weird echoes and a couple of old carvings. I felt my stomach twist. That tone, that calm, dismissive way he was talking. Like he was trying to keep us here. Kyle pulled his straps tight. I don't care, man. I'm not spending another night in these woods. Jason was already grabbing his flashlight. We backtrack, find the trail, get the hell out. Ryan turned to me. You coming? I nodded, throwing my pack over my shoulders. I didn't know where we were going, but I knew one thing: I wasn't staying in that clearing. Eric just stood there. For a second, I thought he was going to let us go, that he'd give up and follow, realize he wasn't going to talk us out of it. But then he exhaled sharply, shook his head, and muttered something under his breath. Something that sounded like, "They never make it easy." My blood turned cold. "What did you just say?" I asked. Eric didn't answer. He just looked up, and I swear to God, I saw pity in his eyes. Then behind us, the sound of branches breaking. Not a snap, not a single step. A full-body crash. Like something huge was moving through the trees. Kyle swung his flashlight toward the sound. The beam cut through the dark, illuminating nothing but shifting branches and empty space. Then the whispering started again. But this time, it wasn't distant. It was close. Jason grabbed my arm. "Go." And just like that, we ran. We didn't check the map. We didn't even think. We just picked a direction and sprinted, crashing through the underbrush, branches whipping against our arms and faces. Behind us, I heard Eric call out. Not panicked, not scared, just annoyed. "Guys, come on." Like we were ruining his night. I didn't look back. We kept running until my lungs burned, until my legs felt like they were about to give out. The ground sloped down beneath us, steep and uneven, and at some point, Kyle tripped, tumbling forward with a curse. Ryan hauled him up, and we kept moving. The whispering followed us. It was everywhere. On both sides, behind us, threading through the trees like 100 voices overlapping, words we couldn't understand. Then Jason stopped. I almost crashed into him. What the hell? He turned, his face pale. "Where's Ryan?" I whipped around. Ryan had been right behind us. I was sure of it. But now he was gone. My heart slammed against my ribs. Ryan. The forest swallowed my voice. Jason took a step forward, shining his flashlight through the trees. The beam shook in his hand. Then we heard it. Ryan's voice. But it was wrong. Too flat, too calm. "Guys, over here." I turned to Jason. His jaw was clenched so tight I thought his teeth might break. "That's not him," he whispered. The light flickered over the trees, searching, searching. Then Jason grabbed my arm and bolted. I didn't ask. I didn't hesitate. I just ran. The whispering surged around us, rising, growing into something almost like laughter. And then, the trees ended. We burst into an open clearing, our momentum nearly sending us tumbling forward. I braced myself, gasping for air. Jason spun, pointing his flashlight back toward the tree line. Empty. Nothing moved, no sound. The whispering had stopped. For a few seconds, all we could hear was our own ragged breathing. Then Kyle spoke, his voice shaking. "Where's Ryan?" I swallowed, trying to catch my breath. I don't know." Jason turned in a slow circle, scanning the clearing. "We have to go back for him." Kyle hesitated. His hands were clenched into fists. That thing, it sounded like him. None of us wanted to say what we were all thinking. that maybe it was him, that maybe it wasn't. Jason took a deep breath. We'll find him. We just need to. A branch snapped. This time, it wasn't behind us. It was in front of us. Kyle swung the flashlight toward the sound, and Eric stepped into the beam. He looked perfectly fine. No scratches, no dirt, no sign that he had just chased after us through the woods. He tilted his head slightly, like he was studying us. Then he smiled. You guys should have stayed at camp. No breathless questions. No asking where Ryan was. Just that. Kyle took a step back. Where is he? Eric sighed. Relax. He's safe. Something in his tone made my stomach lurch. Kyle's breathing turned ragged. Safe where? Eric exhaled, shaking his head like we were the ones acting crazy. Then he turned and started walking not back toward the trees, but deeper into the clearing. Like he expected us to follow. Jason grabbed my wrist. He didn't say anything, but I knew what he was thinking. This was wrong. All of it. And yet, I didn't know what else to do. So, against every instinct screaming at me to run the other way, we followed Eric into the dark. I don't know why we followed him. Maybe it was shock. Maybe it was the desperate hope that he really did know where Ryan was. But part of me thinks it was something else. Something we couldn't control. The way Eric walked calm, steady, confident, it was like he knew we wouldn't run. Like he knew we couldn't. The clearing was small, but beyond it, the ground sloped downward into a denser part of the forest. The trees were taller here, their branches heavy, thick enough to block out what little moonlight there was. The deeper we went, the colder it got. Kyle was the first to speak. This is wrong. His voice was unsteady, but Eric didn't even acknowledge him. He just kept walking, hands tucked into the pockets of his jacket like this was a casual stroll. Jason grabbed my sleeve, voice low. He knows something. I didn't respond. I didn't need to. We both knew it was true. Then Eric slowed. We were at the edge of another small clearing, this one different. At first I couldn't tell what was off about it. Then I saw the trees. They weren't just old, they were scarred. More carvings, but not like before. These ones were deeper, rougher, like whoever had made them hadn't just cut into the bark, but gouged it out in a frenzy. Jason turned in a slow circle, scanning the symbols with the flashlight. They weren't just circles anymore. They were faces. Rough, misshapen faces, their mouths open in silent screams. I swallowed hard. What is this? Eric finally stopped walking. His back was to us, his posture eerily relaxed, as if he was just stretching his legs after a long drive. Then he spoke. You guys were never supposed to come here. His voice was quiet, flat. Kyle stiffened. What? Eric sighed, running a hand through his hair. I tried to pick a different spot. I really did. But no one else was free this weekend, and he turned to face us. And he was smiling. You guys were easy. For a moment none of us spoke. Then Jason stepped forward. Where's Ryan? Eric's smile didn't change. He's fine, he said. Or, well, he will be, if you listen. Something snapped inside me. I lunged at him. Jason grabbed my arm before I could get too close, but the rage was instant, blinding. I wanted to hurt him. I wanted to wipe that smug look off his face, to shake him until he told me what the hell was going on. Eric didn't even flinch. "You shouldn't be mad at me," he said. "You should be mad at them." I froze. "Them?" Eric nodded toward the trees. Kyle took a slow, shaky step back. "There's no one there." Eric raised an eyebrow. "You sure?" And then, behind him, a whisper. "Too close." Kyle's breathing turned ragged. He swung the flashlight toward the sound, but the light flickered just for a second, and when it steadied, the clearing was still empty. Jason's grip on my arm tightened. "What the hell is happening?" Eric sighed. Then he reached into his pocket and pulled out a knife. Not a hunting knife, not a switchblade. A small, jagged stone blade. It looked ancient, the edges chipped and uneven, but the point was razor sharp. Kyle swore under his breath. "What the—" "I need one of you to stay." Eric said it so casually, like he was asking someone to grab him a beer. The words didn't register at first. Then Jason spoke, voice dangerously low. "What did you just say?" Eric turned the knife over in his hands, studying the way the firelight reflected off the stone. "They need one," he said, "one to take his place." No one moved. No one breathed. The realization hit all at once. He knew before we even got here. Kyle shook his head, voice shaking. "You're joking." Eric smiled again. But it wasn't his smile. It wasn't a human smile. It was too wide, too stretched, too wrong. Behind him, the whispering started again, louder now, closer. I took a step back. Jason and Kyle did too, the three of us moving together, instinctively putting space between us and whatever Eric had become. The whispering swelled into a low, breathless laughter. Then something moved. Not Eric. Behind him. The shadows in the trees twisted a shape, shifting between the branches, too tall, too thin, its limbs stretching in unnatural angles. It wasn't standing. It was hanging, its body swaying slightly, as if it were suspended by something we couldn't see. And it was watching us. Eric tilted his head slightly, like he was listening. Then he whispered, almost too soft to hear. "They're tired of waiting." The thing in the trees jerked, like a puppet on strings. The whispering became words, though they were too layered, too distorted to understand. And then the ground cracked beneath Eric's feet. It was like something had ripped open beneath him. A split in the dirt, gaping and wrong, blackness stretching down into something that should not have been there. Eric exhaled slowly. "Guess that means it's time." Then he smiled one last time and stepped back into the darkness and vanished. The whispering stopped. The wind returned. The cold lifted, and we were alone. For a long time, none of us moved. Then Jason took a shaky step forward, shining his flashlight at the ground where Eric had stood. The dirt was untouched. No crack, no hole, like he had never been there at all. I turned to Kyle. His hands were shaking. "Ryan," he whispered. We broke into a run. We ran. We didn't think, didn't talk, didn't stop. Our boots pounded against the dirt, cutting through the trees, branches slashing at our arms and faces. Eric was gone, vanished into the ground like he had never been there at all. But Ryan was still out there. At least I prayed he was. Kyle was ahead of me, flashlight bouncing wildly as he ran. Jason was right behind me, his breathing ragged. The whispering was gone now, but the forest still felt wrong, like the air itself had been stretched too thin. Ryan had to be close. He had to be. We broke into another clearing, and for a second I thought we'd made a mistake. It looked almost exactly like the one we'd left, the same scarred trees, the same eerie, empty silence. But then Jason stopped short, his breath catching, and I saw Ryan. He was sitting against a tree, knees pulled to his chest, staring straight ahead with glassy, unblinking eyes. Kyle dropped to his knees beside him. "Ryan!" No response. I crouched down, grabbing Ryan's arm. His skin was ice cold. "Ryan, man, wake up," I said, shaking him. His lips parted slightly. At first, I thought he was going to say something, but then I realized he was mouthing words over and over, too fast to understand. Jason bent closer, trying to make out what he was saying. Then his face twisted. Kyle frowned. What is it?" Jason swallowed hard. "He's saying, it's still watching." A chill ran through me. Ryan blinked, then slow and mechanical, like he'd just remembered how. He turned his head, looking right at me. "Where's Eric?" he rasped. My mouth went dry. Kyle hesitated. "He's gone." Ryan just stared. Not shocked, not confused. Just blank. Then he turned his gaze upward, past me, past Kyle, past Jason toward the trees. I followed his gaze, and I felt my stomach drop. The scarred trees, the ones covered in rough, jagged carvings, were different now. Before, the carvings had been messy, wild, like something had slashed at the bark in a frenzy. Now they were organized. 5 figures, 5 human shapes, crudely carved, standing side by side. The one on the far left was faded, like it had been there longer than the others. The second one had been scratched out entirely. The other 3? Fresh. My blood went cold. Kyle must have realized it at the same time, because he stumbled back, shaking his head. "No. What the hell does that mean?" Jason grabbed Ryan's shoulders. "What happened? Tell us what happened." Ryan blinked again, slower this time. He licked his lips, his voice barely above a whisper. "He wanted to give them someone else," he rasped. Silence. The weight of his words settled over us like a fog. Eric had brought us here for a reason. He hadn't been scared, not once, because he knew what was going to happen. But he miscalculated. We weren't supposed to run. We weren't supposed to fight back. We were supposed to leave someone behind. And when we didn't, they took him instead. Jason stood up fast, his face pale. "We need to go. Now." Kyle didn't argue. None of us did. Ryan could barely stand, but we hauled him to his feet, throwing his arm over my shoulder as we took off. I don't remember much about the hike back. I only remember the feeling, the crushing weight of the woods pressing down on us, the overwhelming sense that if we stopped, if we even so much as looked behind us, we wouldn't leave. Not all of us. It took hours, longer than it should have. The sun was rising by the time we stumbled onto the main trail. And when we reached the parking lot, Ryan collapsed. We called an ambulance. He was severely dehydrated, covered in small cuts and bruises. He barely spoke in the hospital, but the doctors said he'd be okay. At least physically. Kyle, Jason, and I stayed in a cheap motel that night. None of us wanted to be alone. No one talked much. I don't think any of us really knew what to say, because there was no explanation for what had happened. Eric was gone. Not just missing, gone. We filed a report, but no one found anything. No sign that he had ever been in those woods. No tracks, no gear, nothing. Like he had never existed at all. Like they had erased him. I wish I could say that was the end of it. But about a week after we got back, Jason sent me a text. "Have you checked the map?" I didn't understand at first. Then he sent a screenshot. The official park map, the same one we'd used to plan our trip. And right there, clear as day, our trail didn't exist. There was no unmarked path, no shortcut, no clearing. And the place where we had camped, where Eric had disappeared, it was labeled restricted land, no public access. I shut off my phone and didn't respond. We don't talk about it anymore. I still think about Eric sometimes. Or at least, I try not to. But the thing is, I still dream about that night. Sometimes in the dream, I wake up back in the clearing. The carvings are new again, the wood still raw, the whispering starts, and I know it's coming, the thing in the trees. And every time I hear Eric's voice, right before he steps back into the dark. They need one. I don't know what happened out there. I don't think I ever will. When I moved into the neighborhood, I told myself I needed a fresh start. My lease had ended, my job went remote, and I was finally free to live wherever I wanted. I picked a quiet street tucked just outside town, not too rural, but far enough from the noise that I could hear the wind at night. The house was older, nothing fancy, with a crooked mailbox and fading green shutters, but it felt right, peaceful. The first week was calm. I unpacked boxes slowly, hung up curtains, tried to get used to the creaks in the floorboards. I didn't know anyone yet, which I figured was normal. It wasn't the kind of place where people rushed over with baked goods. I waved at a few neighbors who walked dogs or watered their lawns, but mostly everyone kept to themselves. Except for her. She introduced herself on my third day, said her name was Margaret. She lived 2 houses down, small frame, messy gray hair pulled back with a clip, always wearing a heavy cardigan, even when it was warm. She brought over a small tin of lemon cookies, and told me she used to make them for the woman who lived here before me. They were her favorite, she said, handing me the tin. I thought you might like them too. She smiled, but it didn't quite reach her eyes. I thanked her, and we chatted for a few minutes at my door. She asked where I came from, what I did, whether I liked the quiet out here. I asked about the neighborhood. She didn't say much, just that it was a peaceful place with good bones. After that, she started showing up more. I'd see her in the morning, standing at the edge of her yard with a mug of tea, staring out toward the woods. No phone, no book, no dog. Just standing, watching. Sometimes I'd wave, sometimes she wouldn't wave back. One morning I caught her sitting on the curb across from my house. She was hunched forward, cardigan wrapped tight around her shoulders, eyes fixed on my porch. I stepped outside just to see if she'd say something. She looked up, blinked once, and smiled like we were old friends. Lovely morning, she said. Then she stood and walked away. It would have been weird on its own, but these moments kept stacking. She'd appear and disappear like a flicker in my peripheral vision. Sometimes I'd swear I heard her voice, soft and low, as I passed her house, talking to herself, whispering. I couldn't tell. One evening, just before sunset, I heard something strange. I was in my kitchen washing dishes when I heard a loud creak from the back of the house. I froze, listening. Nothing. I stepped down the hall slowly, not wanting to spook myself for no reason. The back door was locked, curtains still drawn, but outside, just beyond the fence, I saw movement, someone slipping between the trees. It was Margaret. She was dragging something, a black bag, heavy and long. Her back was to me, and she moved slowly, like whatever was in the bag didn't want to be moved. I didn't breathe. I just stood there, hands still damp from the sink, heart tapping hard in my chest. She didn't look back. She disappeared into the woods. I didn't sleep much that night. I sat up in bed, lights off, listening for any sound out of place. At one point I got up and double-checked all the doors and windows, even the ones I never opened. The next morning, I saw her outside again. Same cardigan, same crooked smile. She waved. I didn't wave back. That's when the small things started disappearing. At first I thought I was just being forgetful. A pair of keys that weren't on the hook, a photo that had been moved, a small figurine from my nightstand that I found days later under the bathroom sink. Nothing big, nothing valuable, just off. Then I noticed the tea. I'd left a cup on the counter before going out for a walk. When I came back, the cup was still there, but it had been moved 3 inches to the left. I hadn't touched it, and the tea was still warm. That was when I bought cameras. 2 small motion-triggered ones, one for the front door, one for the back. I didn't tell anyone, didn't post about it online. I just needed to know. I needed proof I wasn't going crazy. That night, I sat in the living room with the television on low and the camera feed open on my phone. Nothing happened. Until just past 2 in the morning. The back camera lit up first, movement detected. I sat bolt upright, staring at the screen. It was Margaret. She was standing just beyond the porch light, arms at her sides, head tilted slightly like she was trying to hear something inside. She stayed there for maybe 30 seconds. Then she turned and left, slowly, like she knew I was watching. I checked the door, still locked. The next day, I walked to her house. I wasn't sure what I was going to say. Part of me just needed to see her up close, maybe catch some sign of guilt. But when I knocked on the door, no one answered. I knocked again. Then again. Still nothing. Her mailbox was empty. The porch looked dusty, curtains drawn, no sound. I walked back home feeling something I hadn't let myself feel since moving in. Fear. That afternoon I went to ask one of the other neighbors, the woman who lived across the street. I kept it casual, asked how long Margaret had lived there. She looked at me like I was speaking a different language. Who? Margaret, 2 houses down. She said she's lived here a while. The woman frowned. That house has been empty for years. My stomach dropped. No, that's not possible. She brought me cookies. She was just outside yesterday. The woman shook her head. You sure you're not thinking of someone else? I didn't answer. I just stood there, nodding like I agreed, but my hands had gone cold. When I got back home, I pulled up the camera footage again, watched the clip from the night before. She was there, standing at the edge of the porch, watching. But when I checked the footage from the front camera, nothing. No one had ever arrived. No one had ever left. And when I checked the earlier days, no footage, no trace of her ever walking by, no record of her knocking on my door, no video of her dropping off those cookies. It was like she had never existed. But I still had the tin. And inside it, 1 lemon cookie left. Still fresh, still soft. And the smell? It wasn't lemon anymore. It was something else entirely. I didn't eat the last cookie. I threw it away, but even that felt strange, like it didn't want to be tossed out. I stood over the trash can with my hand hovering for a few seconds longer than I meant to, staring at it. The smell had changed. That much I know. At first it was lemon, crisp and light, like fresh zest. But that morning it had a heavy, sour note, like something had turned inside it. Not spoiled, just wrong. After dropping the tin into the garbage, I washed my hands 3 times. I couldn't stop thinking about what the woman across the street said. That the house Margaret lived in had been empty for years, that no one by that name lived there. I kept walking by it on purpose, hoping to catch a glimpse of her again. A curtain pulled back, a light left on, but the windows stayed dark. The porch looked dustier every time I passed it. Like no one had touched anything in weeks. Even the mailbox hadn't moved. And yet, I had seen her. I had talked to her. She brought cookies. She smiled. She stood at the edge of my yard for hours. I started questioning myself. I checked the video footage again, frame by frame. Margaret's figure was still there, standing at the edge of the porch, motionless. The porch light created just enough of a halo to catch her outline, but her face was turned away from the camera. When I tried zooming in, the image blurred into pixels, no defining features. No eyes or mouth, just the vague shape of a woman who wasn't supposed to exist. That day, I drove to the hardware store and bought extra locks. By nightfall, I had secured both doors with interior bolts. I even put a bar under the back doorknob, the kind meant for hotel rooms. I didn't care if it was overkill. Something had changed, and I didn't feel safe anymore. The house didn't feel like mine. I started hearing things. At first it was small, a tap on the window, a creak in the hallway, a soft shuffling sound near the vents. The kind of things you can brush off if you try hard enough. But then I started waking up with the covers folded down, not kicked off, not tossed to the side, folded neatly, as if someone had pulled them back carefully while I slept. Once, I found a hair on my pillow. Gray, long, curled slightly at the end. I don't have gray hair. The police were no help. I didn't even know what I was reporting. A neighbor that no one remembers who might be breaking into my house to move my blankets and leave hair behind. They'd laugh me off the phone. So I said nothing. I told no one. The only person I considered talking to was the mailman. He was quiet but friendly, usually passing through around 11 each morning. That day, I caught him as he was walking up the street. "Hey," I said, trying to sound casual, "do you happen to know who lives in that house?" I pointed to Margaret's. He looked over, tilted his head. "Hasn't been occupied since I started this route. Maybe 10 years. Place is still listed as vacant far as I know." "You're sure?" I asked. "Pretty sure. Never had a delivery there." I nodded. "Right. Okay. Just curious." I didn't ask anything else. That night I dreamed I was standing in my living room with all the lights off. Something moved past the windows. I tried to look, but my body wouldn't turn. I could only stare straight ahead. There was a knocking sound, soft, like fingertips on glass, and then I felt someone breathing on the back of my neck. When I woke up, I was sitting on the couch. Lights on. Television off. It was 3:12 in the morning, and the front door was unlocked. I never leave it unlocked. That was the night I called a locksmith. The next day, I had them change every lock in the house. I didn't mention why. Just paid the bill, nodded, and double-checked everything myself once they left. I even installed a door chime on the back entrance, the kind that dings when the door opens, no matter how quietly. I needed proof, something real, something solid. That afternoon, I went into Margaret's backyard. It felt like a stupid idea, even while I was doing it, but part of me needed to know, was she ever really there? Had I made her up? Was I losing it? The grass was overgrown, tangled around a few old paving stones. The porch steps were sagging, the paint peeling back in strips. I walked around to the side, trying to look through the windows. All of them were covered. One of them had tape across the inside, crisscrossed, like it had been reinforced against something, or sealed. I found myself staring at the basement door. It was on the side of the house, half buried in the ground, metal double doors chained shut with an old rusted padlock. My stomach tightened just looking at it. Something about the way the door sank into the soil, The way the weeds around it bent inward, it made my skin crawl. I didn't try to open it. I turned and left without looking back. That night, I heard footsteps upstairs. Heavy, deliberate, 2 steps, then silence, then 2 more. I was downstairs, curled on the couch, holding my phone in both hands. I hadn't been upstairs in hours, and I was alone. I turned off the television and held my breath. The steps moved again across the hallway. Then they stopped. Then they moved again, faster this time, back and forth, as if pacing. I didn't go up. I didn't even move. I stayed on the couch until daylight started leaking through the curtains. When I finally forced myself to go up, nothing was there. Nothing had been moved. Except for one thing. In the middle of my bed was a tin, small, silver, just like the one from before. And inside, another lemon cookie. Still warm. I didn't touch the cookie. I stood there for a long time, staring at the tin in the middle of my bed like it might move, like it was breathing. The surface was slightly fogged, like it had been closed over something hot. I hadn't baked anything. I hadn't opened my front door in over 12 hours. The tin wasn't mine. I used a towel to pick it up and set it on the floor of the hallway. Then I closed my bedroom door and didn't go back in for the rest of the day. Something was in my house. Or someone. That thought kept replaying over and over like a broken loop. Not just the obvious question of how, but why. Why the cookies? Why the strange silence? Why the small movements, the shifts in objects, the hair on my pillow? I started making a list. I needed to know what had changed, what had been taken, what had been moved. The list grew fast, too fast. A scarf I kept on a wall hook had been moved to the closet. A bottle of shampoo was now 1/3 empty, even though I hadn't used it in a week. A ring that used to sit in a dish near the bathroom mirror was gone. 2 spoons were missing, not forks, not knives, just spoons. None of it made sense. It wasn't like someone had broken in to rob me. If they had, why not take the television, my laptop, jewelry? It was like they wanted me to know they had been there. Or worse, like they wanted to be part of my life. I started locking my bedroom door at night. I kept my phone charged and under my pillow. I bought a cheap baby monitor and pointed it at the stairs, listening for any noise while I tried to sleep. And still, I'd wake up in strange positions, blankets gone, socks missing, the faint smell of something sweet lingering in the air. Not just lemon anymore. Now it was lavender, and something deeper beneath it, something like rot. I stopped sleeping altogether after I saw the door open. It was 3:17 in the morning. I remember the time exactly because I'd started logging things, writing everything down, every sound, every movement, every anomaly. I'd just finished noting the faint creaking noise near the kitchen when I looked up and saw my bedroom door slowly pushing open. I had locked it. Deadbolt, interior latch. It opened soundlessly. No footsteps, no breathing, just the door, swinging inward an inch, then another. I didn't move. I barely breathed. My phone was already in my hand, but my fingers felt useless numb. The door stopped halfway, stayed there. I sat like that until morning. When the sun finally rose, the door was still ajar, and the hallway was empty. The bolt was still in place, like it had never been touched. By now, I had stopped telling myself I was imagining things. I stopped calling it paranoia. This was real, and I was alone in it. When I tried reaching out casually, at first it didn't go well. I texted a friend back in the city and said something vague about feeling off. I said I was having trouble adjusting to the new place. Maybe the quiet was messing with my head. She responded with a shrug emoji and told me to come visit if I needed noise. I didn't reply. I couldn't explain it, not without sounding unwell, not without sounding like I was losing my mind. That evening, I tried to distract myself with errands. I hadn't left the house in days. I needed groceries, needed to breathe air that hadn't been filtered through fear. I forced myself out the door, keys in one hand, phone in the other. I paused at the end of the driveway. Margaret's house was still dark, still silent. The curtains hadn't moved since the day I walked into her backyard, but there was something on the porch now. Another tin. This one was open. Inside was a single sock. My sock. I got in my car and left without looking back. At the store, I wandered like a sleepwalker, picking things off shelves I didn't need. I couldn't focus. Every time someone passed me in the aisle, I jumped. Every time the loudspeaker crackled, I flinched. I didn't even realize I had been crying until I saw my reflection in the freezer door. That's when I decided to leave. I abandoned the cart and walked straight out. Back home, everything was quiet, too quiet. I left the groceries in the car. I just wanted to go upstairs and sleep. Even an hour would be enough. But when I opened the door to the bedroom, something stopped me cold. There was a blanket on the bed I didn't recognize. Old, faded, knitted by hand, pale yellow with tiny blue flowers stitched into the corners. I hadn't brought that blanket into this house. I hadn't seen it before in my life. I backed out of the room and closed the door. I didn't sleep that night either. Instead, I searched public records, property history, old census data, utility records, anything I could find connected to Margaret or the house, 2 doors down. After hours of digging, I found something. A newspaper clipping from 1992. The scan was poor and the image grainy, but the headline was clear. Woman found dead in locked home after neighbors report strange behavior. The article described a woman in her 60s, lived alone, talked to herself, rarely left the house. The neighbors said she had started sitting outside at night, staring at people's windows. Police found her in a chair near the front door, hands folded, eyes open. Her name was Margaret Holloway. The photo showed a blurry woman in a cardigan. It was her. The same face I had seen outside my house, the same voice that had told me about lemon cookies, the same woman who had stood at the edge of the trees, dragging something heavy into the dark. I sat frozen in front of the screen. barely able to blink. She had died over 30 years ago. But she was here, in the walls, in the halls, in my bed, and no one else remembered her, because they had forgotten, or because they had been made to forget. But I hadn't, and I was starting to think that was the problem. I printed the article and folded it into my journal, right next to the list of missing items and strange occurrences. It felt like the only tether to reality I had left. A name, a face, proof. Margaret Holloway had lived here. She had died in that house. And now she was, what, haunting me? I couldn't say the word without hearing how insane it sounded. Haunting. It felt theatrical, like something from a bad movie. But what other explanation was there? How could someone who had died 30 years ago bring me cookies? How could she walk across my lawn at night and leave things in my house? The logic didn't hold, but my fear didn't care. That night I didn't lock my bedroom door. I didn't set up cameras. I didn't barricade myself with pillows and blankets and false hope. I just sat on the floor in the living room, back pressed against the wall, lights off, eyes wide. If something was going to happen, I wanted to see it. Hours passed. Sometime after 2, I heard footsteps upstairs again. Not the slow pacing from before. These were softer, closer. They moved from room to room like someone browsing a store, and then they stopped. Above me. Directly above. I stayed perfectly still, holding my breath until my chest hurt. I knew if I moved, whatever was up there would hear me, know where I was. Maybe it already did. And then, nothing. No movement, no noise. I waited for as long as I could. Eventually, my eyes closed on their own. When I woke, morning light was leaking through the windows, and everything was still. Too still. I went upstairs slowly, checking each room. Nothing had been taken, nothing had been added, except the blanket was gone. The one I didn't recognize. In its place, on the foot of the bed, was a scarf. My scarf, the one that had gone missing from the wall hook 2 weeks ago. It was folded, neatly, like a gift. I started packing. I didn't care how ridiculous it looked. I stuffed clothes into garbage bags, swept everything off my bathroom counter into a duffel, grabbed my laptop, charger, wallet. I didn't have a plan. I just knew I couldn't stay. But when I opened the front door, Margaret was there. Standing at the edge of the porch, same cardigan, same blank expression. She didn't move, didn't speak, just looked at me. I stared back, frozen, hand still on the doorknob. I wanted to scream, to slam the door, to run, but my feet wouldn't move. Something held me there, not physically, something else. She tilted her head. "You're leaving," she said, more of a statement than a question. I nodded slowly. Her eyes didn't blink. "You shouldn't." The words came flat, not threatening, not kind, just certain. "I have to," I said. My voice came out hoarse. She looked past me, into the house, like she could see through the walls. "They always leave," she whispered. and then she turned and walked away, disappearing around the corner of the porch like smoke. I didn't move for another 5 minutes. Then I slammed the door, locked it behind me, and sank to the floor. I didn't leave that day, or the next. I don't know why. Maybe it was exhaustion. Maybe it was fear of what I might see out there. Maybe it was something else entirely, something inside the house that wanted me to stay. I started dreaming in pieces. Quick, jarring flashes Margaret's face in the mirror behind me, hands reaching from the walls, the sound of Peter Pan playing softly in another room, even though I didn't own a copy. One night I dreamed I was in the basement of her house, even though I had never been inside. It was cold, narrow, lit by a single bare bulb that flickered above a rusted sink. She was there, standing in the corner, smiling. "You looked," she said. I woke up gasping. After that, I taped a sheet over every mirror in the house. The more I tried to ignore it, the more it escalated. Now the lights flickered. The television turned on by itself, always static. My phone would buzz with messages I hadn't received, then go dead the moment I tried to read them. At night, I started hearing whispers under the floorboards, just below the range of words, like a language I almost understood. And the worst part? Things started returning. The ring I'd lost 3 weeks ago was on the bathroom counter. The spoons were back in the drawer. A book I hadn't seen since the day I moved in was now on my nightstand, open to a page with a note scrawled in the margin. "We forget what we keep." I started to feel like I wasn't just being haunted. I was being absorbed. One night I tried to reach out again. I found a therapist online who took emergency sessions. I didn't give many details, just said I'd moved somewhere new and things didn't feel right. She asked for my address. I gave it to her. There was a long pause. "Are you sure that's correct?" "Yes." "You said you just moved there?" "Yes." "That property has been listed vacant for nearly a decade. There shouldn't be anyone living there." I hung up. When I checked the county records the next day, she was right. The listing was still marked unoccupied. As far as the world knew, no one had lived here in years. That night, I opened the door to Margaret's house. I don't know why. Maybe I needed to know how deep this went. Maybe I needed to face it head on. I told myself I would just look inside, nothing more. The door wasn't locked. The air inside was dry and thick, like it hadn't been disturbed in years. The wallpaper was peeling. The floors creaked under every step. I moved through the front room slowly, flashlight in hand, heart beating fast. There were no photos, no furniture. Just a chair in the middle of the room facing the wall. I turned toward the hallway. That's when I heard it. Footsteps behind me. Slow, then closer, then a whisper. You looked, and everything went dark. When I opened my eyes, I was lying on my living room floor. The front door was wide open. The same cold morning light was leaking in through the windows, pale and thin, like it hadn't fully decided to rise. My clothes were covered in dust, as if I'd been crawling through an attic. My throat ached like I'd been screaming, but the house was silent. For a second, I didn't remember how I got there. Then it came back, the door, Margaret's house, the chair, the whisper. You looked. I closed the front door slowly, locked it, then turned and leaned against it until my knees gave out. I sat there for hours, trying to figure out what had happened, if it had happened. But the dirt on my jeans, the rawness in my chest, the sharp ache behind my eyes, they were all real. I went upstairs to shower. As soon as I turned on the water, I saw the writing on the mirror. It was faint, written in something oily, like old fingerprints dragged across the glass, but I could still read it. You're remembering. That was the beginning of the unraveling. At first it was little things. Familiar items I had forgotten suddenly reappeared, only off. The shirt I lost in college, found folded in the back of my dresser. A notebook from high school that I swore I'd thrown away, now sitting on the desk with a page torn out. A framed photo of me with friends, but their faces were smudged, slightly blurred, like something had passed over them. It wasn't just the house anymore. It was me. My sense of self, my sense of time began slipping. I'd walk into a room and forget why. I'd reach for something I didn't remember needing. Entire hours vanished into nothing. I started hearing my own voice in other rooms, quiet, mimicking me, not speaking exactly, just echoing. I kept trying to journal, to keep track, to give the days shape and weight. But even the pages began changing. One morning I found whole sentences I didn't remember writing. A full page, written in block letters that just said, "Stay inside, stay inside, stay inside." I didn't know if it was a warning or a command. Outside, the street was changing too. The neighbors were no longer waving, not because they were avoiding me, but because I didn't see them at all. Lawns were overgrown, cars disappeared. At night, every window was dark. The mail stopped coming. The world had narrowed to just me in the house. And Margaret. She didn't appear much anymore. Not physically, but she was there, always. I could feel her. In the air, in the corners of the room, in the way the lights dimmed when I said her name. Sometimes I'd catch her scent, lemon and lavender, right behind me. Then things got worse. One night, I was jolted awake by the sound of crying. It was faint, like it was coming through the walls. I followed the sound down the stairs, flashlight in hand. The crying stopped the moment I stepped into the living room. And then I saw it. A small handprint on the inside of the window. Child-sized, pressed into the glass like someone had been reaching out from within. I fell backward, nearly dropping the flashlight. When I got closer, it was gone. No smudge, no mark, just my own reflection staring back at me, pale and wide-eyed and unfamiliar. I called my friend again the next day, the same one from the city. I didn't even try to explain it anymore. I just begged her to come get me, said I wasn't safe. Said I thought something was wrong with the house, with me, with everything. She paused. "What house?" she asked. "My house," I said. "The one I moved into 2 months ago." There was a beat of silence. "You moved?" I sat down slowly. What do you mean? You never told me you moved, she said. You said you were staying in the city. That's why I was surprised when you stopped texting. No, I whispered. I told you. I sent photos. There was another pause. I never got them. We hung up not long after that. I stared at the phone for a long time, checked my texts. Nothing. The photos I was sure I'd sent were gone. The text threads looked different, shorter. It was like I'd never told anyone I was here at all. Like I'd been erased from the world a little at a time. That night, I went back into Margaret's house. I didn't want to, but I had no choice. Something in me knew it was the only way to understand. Or maybe I wasn't choosing anymore. Maybe it had been pulling me there since the beginning. The door was already open. The inside was the same as before, dusty, abandoned, silent. But the air felt thicker now, like something alive was pressing down against the walls. The chair was still there, facing the wall. But now, there was something on it. A cardigan. The same one Margaret always wore. Folded neatly across the seat. And next to it, on the floor, a stack of tins. All empty. I knelt beside them slowly. There were 5 tins. Each one dented, old, the paint faded. Inside one of them was a photo of me, sitting on my own porch, smiling, taken from across the street. I backed away and nearly tripped over the rug. That's when I saw the trap door. It was half hidden, the wood warped and soft, like no one had opened it in years. There was no lock, just a small handle. I stood there, frozen. I knew what was waiting. Something in the dark. Something forgotten. And I could feel it now like a current underneath the floorboards, like breath on the back of my neck. The house wasn't haunted. It was hungry, and it was remembering me. I didn't open the trap door that night. I stood over it, shaking, the flashlight beam jittering along the edge. My fingers hovered over the handle more than once, but something in me, some buried instinct, pulled back, not out of fear. Not entirely. It was more like reverence. Like I had stumbled onto something old and sacred, something that didn't want to be touched. I closed the door gently, laid the cardigan back on the chair, and left Margaret's house for what I told myself would be the last time. When I stepped outside, the street looked different. The air was still, but the leaves no longer moved in the trees. No birds, no wind, no sound. Like the world had been paused while I was inside. Like nothing existed outside of that house until I turned away from it. When I got back into my own house, I felt lightheaded. I locked the door, drew every curtain, and collapsed on the couch. I told myself I would sleep. Just an hour. Just enough to reset my brain. But I didn't sleep. I dreamed. In the dream, I was a child again, walking through a neighborhood that looked almost but not exact like the one I live in now. Everything was off by a few degrees. Street signs slightly misspelled. Mailboxes leaning the wrong way. Houses familiar and wrong all at once. And she was there. Margaret. Not old, not smiling, just standing in the middle of the road, head tilted like always, hands folded neatly in front of her. Behind her, the houses blinked out, one by one, like lights being turned off. "You see now," she said. And I did. When I woke up, I started cleaning. Not because I thought it would fix anything, but because it felt necessary. I washed every dish, scrubbed the floors, laundered every item of clothing, took down the curtains, swept under the furniture. Noticed how much dust had settled, even though I had only been there 2 months. Except I hadn't. I checked my lease, the one I printed and signed digitally. It had no date, no contact information for the landlord, no address. Just a scanned form with a blank space at the top and my signature at the bottom. I checked my phone again. All my texts were gone. My call log was empty. Even my name in the settings was gone, just a blank line where it used to be. I checked my ID. Same name, same photo, but no address. I looked in the mirror and barely recognized myself. Something had changed, something fundamental. I was still me, but I didn't feel connected to the world anymore, like I had slipped sideways and never came back. I sat down at the kitchen table and tried to call the number I had used for maintenance when I first moved in, the one I saved under landlord. It rang once, then went straight to static. And in the background, faint but clear, I heard a voice. "Don't leave." I dropped the phone. Later that day, I went for a walk. Not because I wanted to, but because I needed to see if there was still a world out there. If there were still people, cars, dogs, anything. The further I walked, the more the neighborhood faded behind me. But when I turned the corner at the end of the street, I didn't see the rest of town. Just more houses. Different from the ones behind me, but built in the same style. Like variations of the same memory. Like someone trying to recreate a place they barely remembered. I kept walking. And walking. The loop never ended. Every corner led to more of the same. Eventually, I made it back to my street, though I don't remember turning around. My house stood quietly at the end, still and waiting. Margaret's house was just as I left it. But now, every house had something in front of it. A tin. Small, silver, identical. Each one placed perfectly in the center of every porch. I went inside. I didn't leave again. Days passed, though I don't count them anymore. I stopped writing in my journal. The pages kept changing anyway. Sometimes I'd find entries in handwriting I didn't recognize. Sometimes the journal would be blank. Once, I opened it to a page that just said, "You live here now." The mirrors all show different reflections. Not different people, just different versions of me. Slightly off. Tilted heads, crooked smiles, a delay in movement. I keep the mirrors covered now. The power still works. The lights flicker less when I don't say her name. The fridge stays cold. My bed is made every night, even if I don't touch it. Sometimes I wake up with something new on the pillow. A sock, a spoon, a photograph from a vacation I don't remember taking. The trapdoor is still there. I've never opened it. I don't think I need to anymore. Because I understand now. This place, it isn't haunted. It remembers. It pulls things in, people, items, memories. It keeps what the world lets slip through the cracks, forgotten neighbors, lost objects, the people who move away without telling anyone, the moments that never quite made sense. And when it remembers you, when it really remembers you, it doesn't let go. You become part of it. That's what happened to Margaret. And now it's happening to me. But I don't fight it anymore. I make tea in the mornings. I sit on the porch. Sometimes I stare across the street, just like she did, waiting for the next one to arrive. And when they do, I'll welcome them with a tin of cookies, still warm. The highway stretched out before me, endless and empty. The darkness pressed in from all sides, swallowing the world beyond my high beams. The occasional reflective road sign flickered past, offering brief moments of clarity before fading back into the void. I had been driving for hours, the monotony of the road settling into my bones. The radio barely picked up a signal this far out, crackling static between half-audible country songs and fading talk shows. I kept it off. Somewhere along the way, the rain had started, not heavy, just a thin, misty drizzle that coated the windshield and made the pavement gleam beneath my headlights. That was when I saw him. A lone figure standing on the shoulder, drenched from head to toe, his posture hunched against the cold. A hitchhiker. I almost didn't stop. Every reasonable part of me said to keep driving. It was late, I was alone, and I didn't know this man. But there was something about the way he stood there, something desperate. I slowed down, my tires hissing against the wet road as I pulled over a few feet ahead of him. For a moment, he didn't move. He just stood in the rain, staring at the ground. Then slowly he lifted his head, his pale face illuminated by my taillights. He looked rough and shaven, his hair slicked to his forehead from the rain. His clothes were dark and worn thin, clinging to his thin frame. I reached over, unlocking the passenger door. "Need a ride?" He hesitated for a second. Then, without a word, he hurried to the car, yanking the door open and sliding in. A wave of cold air followed him, damp and heavy. I pulled back onto the road, the engine humming as we picked up speed. "Where you headed?" I asked. The man didn't answer right away. He was breathing heavily, his hands gripping his knees, his entire body tense. He glanced over his shoulder, peering out the back window into the dark highway behind us. Just drive," he muttered. I frowned but kept my eyes on the road. "You okay?" He exhaled sharply, wiping the rain from his face. "They're following me," he whispered. The way he said it sent a shiver through me. I forced a chuckle. "Who? The cops?" He shook his head. I glanced at him. "You get into some kind of trouble?" "No," he said quickly. Then, "I don't think so." His knee bounced anxiously. He turned his head again, eyes flicking back toward the road behind us. "They're out there," he muttered. "I know they are." I tightened my grip on the wheel. "Who's out there?" For a second, I thought he wasn't going to answer. Then he swallowed hard, his voice barely above a whisper. "They look just like me." I forced a tight-lipped smile. "Man, you sure you're okay?" He didn't respond. He just kept staring into the dark, his breath coming fast and shallow. The rain picked up, heavy drops slapping against the windshield. My wipers struggled to keep up, smearing water across the glass. Something about the way he kept looking back started to get to me. I checked the rearview mirror. The road was empty. "Listen," I said, trying to keep my voice even. "If someone's messing with you, I can take you to the nearest gas station, somewhere public." He shook his head violently. "No stops, just keep going." His voice was tight with genuine fear. I should have listened to my gut, should have found a way to get him out of the car. But instead, I kept driving. For the next 10 miles, we sat in uneasy silence. The hitchhiker never relaxed. He barely moved, his fingers twitching against his knee, his breath coming fast. Every few minutes, he glanced behind us. Then, out of nowhere, his entire body went rigid. "There!" I jumped. "Jesus, man, what?" His hand shot up, pointing at the rearview mirror. I flicked my eyes up. At first, I didn't see anything. Just darkness, the wet road stretching behind us, the hazy glow of my taillights reflecting off the rain. Then, headlights. Far back, but gaining. A single set of high beams cutting through the storm. "So," I said, "it's just another driver." The hitchhiker's breathing quickened. "No," he whispered, "you need to pull over, now." I clenched my jaw. "You want me to pull over for some random car?" He grabbed my arm. My heart slammed against my ribs. "Pull over." His grip was ice cold. I shoved him off, my pulse racing. "Hey, what the hell is wrong with you?" I checked the mirror again. The headlights had gotten closer. Then, in the flashing light of my blinker, I saw them. The car wasn't just following us. It was full of them. Not people, not strangers. Him. The exact same man, over and over again. 4 figures, sitting in that car, identical to the man beside me. The same unshaven face. The same hollow eyes. The same rain-soaked clothes. And they were all staring directly at us. My chest tightened, my hands clenching the wheel. I didn't understand what I was seeing. My brain rejected it. It wasn't possible. It couldn't be real. But then the hitchhiker screamed, "Pull over now." His voice cracked, pure panic bleeding through his words. The car behind us sped up. The headlights grew brighter. And in the mirror, I saw them smiling. Identical grins. Identical expressions. Like they knew something I didn't. I slammed the brakes. The hitchhiker's body lurched forward as the tires screeched against the wet road. The car behind us didn't stop. It swerved at the last second, tearing past us at an impossible speed. And for a single horrifying moment, as it passed, I saw the driver, the one behind the wheel. It wasn't just another version of him. It was me. The car was gone, vanished into the rain, swallowed by the endless stretch of highway ahead. My fingers gripped the wheel so tightly they ached, my knuckles white against the leather. My breath came in uneven gasps, my body locked in place, unable to process what I had just seen. The hitchhiker sat motionless beside me, his chest rising and falling in quick, shallow breaths. His eyes were locked on the road, wide and unfocused, like he was still watching something that wasn't there anymore. I swallowed, forcing myself to speak, but my voice came out hoarse. "What the hell was that?" He didn't answer right away. His hands trembled against his lap, his fingers twitching like he was trying to shake off a lingering sensation. Slowly, he turned his head to face me, his lips slightly parted, as if he were about to say something. Then he stopped. His face changed. It was subtle, but I noticed it, a flicker of hesitation, of realization. Like he had just remembered something. Or maybe recognized something. A cold, crawling sensation worked its way up my spine. I licked my lips, trying to steady my breathing. That car, the people inside. I exhaled sharply. That was you, all of them. And the driver, I trailed off, my stomach twisting. The hitchhiker nodded. "It was you," he murmured. My blood ran cold. I forced out a laugh, but it was hollow. "That's not possible." His gaze didn't waver. "I know." I stared at him, my pulse hammering against my ribs. The rain had slowed, the faint sound of water dripping from the trees outside the only noise between us. I reached up, rubbing my face, trying to make sense of the impossible. "I need to get out of here," I muttered. My foot hovered over the gas pedal, my mind screaming at me to move, to drive, to get as far away from this place as possible. But I didn't. Instead, I turned to him again. "You said they were following you." My voice was quieter now. "You knew they were out there." He nodded, swallowing hard. "They've been following me for a long time." "Who are they?" I whispered. His hands clenched into fists. "I don't know. I don't know what they are." I exhaled sharply, gripping the wheel. "That doesn't make sense." "I know." His voice was hoarse, exhausted. We sat there for a long moment, the weight of something unnatural hanging thick in the air between us. Then finally, he spoke again. It started 6 months ago. He had been hitchhiking for years, traveling from town to town, taking odd jobs, sleeping in cheap motels or shelters when he could. It wasn't glamorous, but he didn't mind. Until the first time it happened. "I was walking along the highway near Phoenix," he said, his voice distant. "Just after sunset, a car pulled up beside me, real slow. Tinted windows, barely making a sound. The way it crept along the shoulder, I don't know. Something about it felt wrong." I listened in silence. I stopped walking. The car stopped too, just sat there, engine idling. I couldn't see inside, but I felt it. I knew someone was watching me. His fingers twitched against his knee. Then the back door opened, just a crack, like they were waiting for me to get in. A shudder ran through him. I ran. He exhaled, shaking his head. Didn't look back, just ran until my legs gave out. When I finally stopped, the car was gone. I frowned. Could have been some creep looking to pick up hitchhikers. That's what I thought. His voice was bitter. But then it happened again. I swallowed. Same car, same slow crawl along the highway, same feeling, like something was pulling at the edges of my mind, telling me not to look too closely. I thought it was just a coincidence at first. Maybe I was being paranoid, but then his voice faltered. I waited. He closed his eyes for a second, like he was trying to push away a memory. Then he let out a breath and continued. The third time, I finally saw them. A cold prickle crawled up my arms. It was late. I was walking outside some small town in Texas, same as before. I heard the engine first, this low, purring sound. When I turned, I saw the car rolling up beside me, smooth as a shadow. He shifted in his seat, his body rigid. I was tired. I thought maybe it was just some rich asshole in a luxury car screwing with me. So I stepped closer, tried to get a look inside. He paused. And when he spoke again, his voice was barely above a whisper. They looked just like me. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end. I forced myself to speak. You mean? Not just similar, he interrupted, shaking his head. Not just a guy who kind of looked like me. They were me. Same face, same clothes, like a bunch of copies-perfect copies, sitting there in the dark, watching me. A shiver ran through me. I thought back to the car that had passed us, the figures inside, the driver, the other me. Did they say anything? I asked, my voice quieter now. He hesitated. No, he admitted. They just smiled. A sick feeling curled in my stomach. I tried to make sense of it. Maybe it was some kind of elaborate prank. Maybe the hitchhiker was delusional, suffering from paranoia or schizophrenia. Maybe I was just exhausted and seeing things that weren't there. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true. I had seen it, and I could still feel their eyes on me. What do they want? I whispered. His jaw tensed. I don't know, but every time I stop, they get closer. A chill crawled over my skin. I glanced at the rear-view mirror again, half expecting to see those headlights rounding the bend, but the road was empty. The air inside the car felt too thick, pressing against my chest like a weight. For a long time we sat in silence, the sound of the rain against the windshield, the only thing keeping the world from collapsing in on itself. Then finally he spoke again. We can't stop, he said. Not yet. I swallowed the lump in my throat. Where are we going? He turned to me, and the look in his eyes made my breath catch. I was hoping you could tell me. A fresh wave of unease settled over me. Because the truth was, I had no idea. But I knew one thing. Wherever we went, they would follow. And the next time, we might not be fast enough. The rain had stopped, but the road ahead stretched on endlessly, disappearing into the pitch-black horizon. I kept my eyes on the yellow lines, forcing myself to focus, but my thoughts refused to settle. The hitchhiker sat beside me, stiff and silent. His fingers drummed against his knee in an anxious rhythm, his gaze locked on the side mirror. Every now and then his breath hitched like he was about to speak, but he never did. I didn't press him. I was too busy watching the road behind us. I told myself we had lost them, that maybe whatever I had seen in that other car was just a trick of the light. Maybe exhaustion had warped my perception, made me see something that wasn't there. But I didn't believe that. Because I had felt it, that deep, bone-chilling certainty that we were not alone. The humming sound still lingered in my ears, like it had been woven into the air itself. It was faint now, barely perceptible beneath the hum of the engine, but it was there. The hitchhiker suddenly tensed. I glanced at him, gripping the wheel tighter. "What?" He didn't respond at first. His head tilted slightly, his lips parting, as if he were listening to something just outside my range of hearing. Then he whispered, "They're close." A fresh wave of dread crawled up my spine. I swallowed hard, forcing my eyes back to the road. "There's nothing behind us." He turned, his movements slow and deliberate, and looked at me like I was missing something important. "Not behind us," he said. I didn't understand. Then I saw the light. Not headlights. Something else. Something glowing. It started small, just a faint bluish-white shimmer in the distance. At first, I thought it was a reflection on the windshield, maybe the glow of an upcoming sign, or the distant flicker of lightning. But then it moved. It multiplied. Faint shapes began to form along the edges of the road. First 2, then 4, then a dozen. They weren't cars. They weren't people. They were figures. Tall and distorted, their edges flickering like static on an old television screen. They lined the highway, standing perfectly still, perfectly spaced, watching us. I felt my pulse hammer against my ribs. My mouth went dry. "What the hell is that?" I whispered. The hitchhiker exhaled sharply. "They're waiting." The figures didn't move, didn't react. They just stood there, an unbroken row of identical silhouettes stretching into the dark. Then, as if on cue, they all turned their heads at once. My stomach dropped. The movement was too synchronized, too inhuman. I gripped the wheel so tightly my fingers ached. "This isn't real," I muttered, shaking my head. "It's not real." The hitchhiker's voice was calm. "You saw them before, didn't you?" I didn't answer. Because I had. I had seen them in the car that passed us. I had seen them in the driver's seat, staring back at me with my own face. A new terror settled into my bones. "What do they want?" The hitchhiker swallowed hard. "To replace us." The words hit me like a physical blow. I glanced at him, searching his face for some sign that this was a joke, some elaborate prank or hallucination, but his expression was grim. He wasn't lying. I turned back to the road. The figures were gone, but the humming remained. Louder now, surrounding us. And then, headlights. Far behind us, 2 glowing orbs appeared in the distance. They were getting closer. Fast. My breath caught in my throat. It was them. The car full of identical copies. I slammed my foot against the gas pedal. The engine roared, the speedometer climbing. My hands were slick against the wheel, my heart pounding in my ears. "Drive faster," the hitchhiker muttered. I didn't need to be told twice. The car behind us gained speed, matching us effortlessly. The highway stretched endlessly ahead, no exits, no turns. Just a long, winding road leading deeper into nowhere. Then, the hitchhiker whispered something that sent a cold jolt through my body. "They're not trying to catch us." I glanced at him. What the hell does that mean? He didn't respond. His eyes were locked on the mirror, on the approaching car. And then I understood. They weren't chasing us. They were pushing us forward, driving us towards something waiting up ahead. I swallowed hard, my hands trembling. We need to stop. The hitchhiker's head snapped toward me. No. We don't even know what's ahead, I shouted. What if we're driving right into whatever they want? He opened his mouth, but before he could argue, the road changed. It happened suddenly, like we had crossed an invisible threshold. The asphalt beneath us darkened, the painted lines faded, the trees on either side of the road tilted inward, their branches stretching across the sky like skeletal fingers. And then I saw the town, or what was left of it. A collection of abandoned buildings loomed in the distance, their windows dark and hollow. Streetlights flickered dimly, casting unnatural shadows against the cracked pavement. But the worst part, the figures were there too. Hundreds of them, standing in the streets, motionless, waiting. Their heads all turned toward the road, toward us. My stomach clenched. I slammed my foot on the brakes, tires screeching as the car skidded to a halt just outside the town's limits. The hitchhiker grabbed my arm. We can't stop. But I didn't move, because something was waiting in the middle of the road. A single figure, standing completely still, illuminated by the headlights. It was me. I couldn't move, couldn't think. The figure took a step forward, then another. A smile spread across its face. Not a normal smile, a knowing smile, like it had been expecting me, like I had finally arrived exactly where I was supposed to be. I got my dog Harvey 2 years ago when I moved into my current apartment. I live alone, and having him around makes me feel safer. He's not a guard dog or anything, just a mutt with scruffy fur and a goofy personality, but he's always been alert. He'll sit up and stare at the door before I even hear the mailman coming. He senses things before I do, which is why when he started barking at my bedroom closet, I didn't ignore it. At first, it was just an occasional thing. I'd be lying in bed, half asleep, when I'd hear him growling low in his throat. He'd be staring at the closet door, ears pinned back. I'd call his name, snap my fingers, and he'd stop hesitant, but eventually settling back down. I didn't think much of it at first. Dogs are weird sometimes. Maybe he heard something from my neighbors. Maybe he was just dreaming. But then it started happening every night. The first time I actually noticed the pattern, I had fallen asleep watching a movie in bed. The room was quiet, my phone was face down, and the only light came from the street lamps outside filtering through the curtains. Then Harvey let out a sharp bark. I jerked awake, my heart pounding. He was standing at the foot of my bed, his entire body stiff, his fur bristling. His eyes were locked on the closet door. "Harvey," I muttered, still groggy, "what's wrong?" He let out a low growl. I followed his gaze, feeling my stomach twist. The closet door was shut, same as always. Nothing was different. I sat up fully, rubbing the sleep from my eyes. "It's just a closet, buddy," I murmured, reaching out to scratch behind his ears. He didn't move. Then I glanced at my phone. 3:02 a.m. A weird chill passed through me, but I shook it off. I got out of bed, crossed the room, and pulled open the closet door. It was empty. I sighed, running a hand through my hair. "See? Nothing," I muttered, turning back toward Harvey. He was still watching. Even after I climbed back into bed, he stayed there for another 5 minutes, just staring. Then finally, he let out a low huff and curled up at my feet. I didn't sleep well after that. The next night, it happened again. This time, I was already awake. I had been scrolling mindlessly on my phone, trying to tire myself out, when Harvey suddenly lifted his head. His ears perked, eyes trained on the closet. I frowned. "Seriously?" Then he growled. It was a sound I had never heard from him before, deep, almost guttural. The hairs on my arms stood up. I swallowed, setting my phone aside. "Harvey, come here," I said quietly. He didn't move. My stomach tightened. I turned, staring at the closet myself now, my mind racing for an explanation. Maybe a mouse got in. Maybe I left a window open somewhere and the air pressure shifted the door slightly. But the air was still. No wind, no movement. Just Harvey and me. And the closet. I turned on my bedside lamp, the warm light flooding the room. I forced myself to stand, heart pounding as I stepped toward the closet again. My fingers hovered over the handle for a second too long. Then I pulled it open. Nothing. Again. But Harvey still wouldn't stop staring. That night, I barely slept. By the third night, I was already on edge. It was a work night, and I was exhausted, but the second I crawled into bed, I felt a weight in my chest. Harvey was already standing, staring at the closet again. I glanced at my phone. 3 a.m. I gritted my teeth. I was so damn tired, too tired for this. I threw the blanket off and marched toward the closet door, my frustration overpowering my fear. "Look, Harvey," I muttered. "There's nothing in here." I yanked the door open. Empty. "Of course." I turned back to him. "See?" He didn't move. I sighed, rubbing my temples. "Maybe it's the smell of old laundry or something," I muttered. "I'll clean it out tomorrow." I shut the door and crawled back into bed, determined to ignore him this time. And for a few minutes, I actually started drifting off. Then I heard it. A soft, faint scratching. I went ice cold. My brain immediately scrambled for a rational explanation. Maybe it was a tree branch outside, but I lived on the 3rd floor. Maybe it was Harvey shifting in his sleep. I turned over and checked. He wasn't sleeping. He was sitting up, ears pinned back, still watching the closet. I felt lightheaded. My breath came short and quick. Then I heard it again. Scratch, scratch, scratch. From inside the closet. I bolted upright. Harvey let out a low, warning growl. I stared at the door, heart hammering. I felt like I was trapped in place, my body refusing to move. No way, no F, ein way, asterisk, asterisk. It was probably nothing. It had to be nothing. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was behind that door. I clenched my jaw, forcing my legs to move. I grabbed my phone, turned on the flashlight, and stepped closer. Harvey followed behind me, low to the ground, muscles tense. I pressed my hand against the closet door. It felt ice cold. I counted to 3 in my head. Then I yanked it open. Nothing. No mouse, no draft, no reason for the sounds I had heard. I swallowed hard, my hands shaking. I was losing it. I had to be. I exhaled, forcing out a nervous chuckle. I need to stop watching horror movies, I muttered, shutting the door and stumbling back into bed. Harvey, however, stayed standing. Still watching. Still waiting. By the 4th night, I decided I needed proof. I set up my old baby monitor camera, the one I used when Harvey was a puppy. I positioned it to face the closet door, then crawled into bed, pulling the covers tight around me. I didn't even try to sleep. I just waited. And sure enough, at exactly 3 a.m., Harvey sat up. His ears perked, his body stiffened. I grabbed my phone and started recording the feed. Harvey let out a low growl. Then, on the screen, the closet door moved. Just a tiny bit. A slow, almost imperceptible shift. Like something had pressed against it from the inside. I felt my stomach drop. I checked the video again, my heart racing. No shadow, no movement. Nothing was there. But the door had moved. And as I looked back up, something else caught my eye. Harvey wasn't staring at the closet anymore. He was staring at me. Like he knew something I didn't. Like he was waiting to see what I would do next. I barely slept after that. I kept replaying the footage over and over, but it was always the same. The closet door moved, just slightly, just enough to make my stomach knot up with unease, but there was nothing visible behind it. No shadow, no flicker of movement, just air. Harvey wouldn't go near it. Even after I shut the door and crawled back into bed, he stayed planted at the edge of the room, facing the closet, his tail stiff and low. I called his name softly, but he didn't move. I didn't blame him. I didn't want to be near that door either. When the sun finally crept through the blinds, I got out of bed, my body aching with exhaustion. I moved toward the closet with caution, hesitating before pressing my palm against the wood. It felt like any other door. I took a slow breath and pulled it open. Empty. Of course. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I grabbed my phone and checked the security footage from the night before one last time, but nothing had changed. The door moved, but nothing was there. Harvey stood a few feet behind me, watching. His ears flicked slightly when I met his gaze. "You're making me paranoid," I muttered, rubbing my temples. But deep down, I knew this wasn't just weird dog behavior. Something was wrong. I spent the day cleaning, hoping to shake the feeling of unease that had settled over me. I told myself there had to be a logical explanation, a draft, a loose hinge, something simple. By noon, I had convinced myself I was overreacting. Then I found the scratches. I was picking up some shoes from the floor of the closet when I noticed them thin, jagged marks along the inside of the door. Some looked deep, others faint, like whatever made them had tried over and over again. A chill crept up my spine. I stared at them, my mind racing. Had these always been here? How had I never noticed them before? I crouched down, running my fingertips over the grooves. They were uneven, rough, almost frantic. Like something had been trying to get out. A shiver ran through me. I stood up quickly, brushing off my jeans. It was probably nothing. The scratches could have been there for years. Maybe a previous tenant had a pet, and it got trapped in here once. That made sense. That had to be it. Still, I shut the door a little harder than necessary. Harvey sat near the bed, staring. That night, I made sure the closet door was completely shut before getting into bed. I even wedged a chair in front of it, just in case. Harvey curled up next to me, resting his head against my leg. For the first time in days, he didn't immediately sit up and stare at the closet when the room went dark. That should have made me feel better. It didn't. The unease sat in my stomach, coiling tighter with every passing minute. I checked my phone, 2:58 a.m. I tried to ignore it. I squeezed my eyes shut, focused on my breathing, in, out, in, out. Then Harvey's head snapped up. My eyes flew open. He was staring at the closet again. His entire body stiffened. His breathing changed shallow, quick. I held my breath. Then, just as the clock struck 3 a.m., I heard it. A soft, deliberate knock from inside the closet. I bolted upright, my heart hammering in my chest. Harvey let out a low growl, his ears pinned back. I gripped the blanket, my pulse racing so fast I felt lightheaded. The knock had been soft, almost careful, like someone testing the door. I reached for my phone with shaking hands, turned on the camera feed. I forced myself to watch. At 3:02 a.m., the closet door moved. It was so slow I almost missed it, just a tiny shift, like it had been nudged from the inside. Harvey growled again. I felt sick. I stared at the screen, waiting, watching. Nothing. No figure, no movement. The door had moved, but there was still nothing there. The scratching started at 3:04 a.m. Soft at first, then more insistent. Harvey barked loudly, the sharp sound cutting through the silence. The scratching stopped instantly. I couldn't breathe. I felt my body locking up, my instinct screaming at me to run. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, everything went still. Harvey whined. I forced myself to breathe. I looked at my phone, 3:07 a.m. I reached over and turned on the bedside lamp. The room flooded with warm light. Harvey slowly relaxed, tail lowering, but his eyes never left the closet. Neither did mine. I checked the time again, 3:10 a.m. Nothing happened. No more scratching. No more movement. By 3:15 a.m., Harvey finally curled back up, his body pressed against my side. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. By morning, I decided I wasn't going to be alone tonight. I called my friend Katie and invited her over. I didn't tell her why I didn't want her thinking I was losing my mind. I just said I wanted company. She arrived with a bottle of wine, plopping onto the couch like she lived here. God, it's been forever. This place is cute. You always keep it so clean. I laughed, forcing myself to act normal. We talked, ate pizza, put on a movie. I kept telling myself that when 3 a.m. rolled around, I'd feel better with another person here. That was the plan. But at some point, I must have dozed off, because the next thing I knew, I was waking up to Harvey barking. I jolted upright, my stomach dropping. The clock on the television read 3:01 a.m. Katie stirred on the other end of the couch, groggy. "What's going on?" Harvey was standing near the hallway, growling at my bedroom door. At the closet, Katie frowned, rubbing her eyes. "Why's he freaking out?" I couldn't answer. My body felt frozen. Then we both heard it. The unmistakable sound of something knocking twice from inside the closet. Katie shot me a look, her eyes wide with panic. "What the fuck was that? Asterisk, asterisk." I couldn't speak. Harvey kept growling, his body rigid. Katie slowly sat up, glancing between me and the hallway. "Are you messing with me? Please tell me this is some kind of prank." Then, before I could stop her, she stood up. She started walking toward my room. And I knew, deep in my gut, that if she opened that door, we weren't going to like what we found. I didn't stop Katie. I wanted to, I should have, but my body wouldn't move, like every part of me was screaming not to get involved. She reached for the closet door, hesitated for just a second, then yanked it open. The light from the hallway spilled in, casting long shadows on the walls. It was empty, just like before. The same coats, the same pair of old sneakers shoved in the corner, nothing disturbed, nothing out of place. For a second, I felt relief start to creep in. Maybe I really had been imagining things. Maybe the door moving, the scratching, Harvey's weird behavior, it could all be explained away. Katie let out a nervous chuckle, brushing a hand through her hair. "Dude, I think you need to sleep. This place is just..." She stopped. I saw her eyes flick downward. Her face went pale. A chill crawled up my spine. "What?" I whispered. She didn't answer, just stepped back, giving me room to see. I leaned in, my pulse hammering. At first I didn't understand what I was looking at. Then my stomach dropped. There were scratches on the inside of the closet door. Long, jagged lines, like something had been dragging its nails down the wood. Some were fresh, the edges sharp and splintered. Others were older, faint but still visible, like whatever had made them had been trying for a long time. I stepped back, suddenly dizzy. Had those been there before? I would have noticed them. I would have. Katie cleared her throat. "That's weird." I swallowed hard, my hands clammy. "Yeah." I forced a laugh, trying to shake off the unease creeping under my skin. Maybe someone who lived here before had a cat or something. I didn't believe it. And from the look on Katie's face, she didn't either. I shut the closet door hard and stepped away. Harvey let out a small whimper, but stayed close to my side. Katie forced a smile. "Let's just go back to the couch, yeah? Maybe put on a movie." I nodded, pretending like I could just brush this off. Like I could forget. We sat on the couch, watching something neither of us paid attention to. Every few minutes, my eyes flicked toward the hallway, toward the closed closet door. Harvey stayed curled up next to me, but his ears were twitching, like he was still listening. By 2:45 a.m., Katie started to doze off. but I was wide awake. Waiting. Dreading. I glanced at my phone. 2:59 a.m. A cold sweat broke out along my skin. I held my breath. 3 a.m. Harvey's head shot up. A deep guttural growl rumbled from his chest. I turned toward the hallway, my stomach twisting into knots. The closet door was still shut. I forced myself to breathe. It was fine. Nothing was going to happen. Then, right as I exhaled, the door shifted. Not much, just an inch, just enough for the latch to release, with a soft click. I froze. Katie stirred next to me. "What's?" Then she saw the door. The color drained from her face. Neither of us moved. Harvey whimpered. Then, slowly, the door swung open a little more. I wanted to be rational. I wanted to tell myself it was just the air pressure, a draft, something explainable. But the air was still. The windows were closed. And something about the way the door moved, like it had been waiting for us to see it, made my blood run cold. Katie gripped my arm. "No fucking way." I grabbed my phone, my hands shaking. I pulled up the security camera feed from my bedroom, rewinding to just a few seconds ago. I pressed play. The screen showed the door opening on its own. Slow, deliberate, but there was nothing there. No shadow, no movement, no sign of anything that could have caused it. Just a door that shouldn't have moved. Katie's breath hitched. I don't like this. Neither did I. I got up, my legs shaky. I grabbed the chair from my desk and shoved it under the closet doorknob, pressing it tightly against the frame. Then I grabbed my keys. "Come on," I muttered. Katie didn't argue. Neither of us were staying here. We left that night. I didn't even pack a bag, I just drove. Katie stayed quiet the whole ride. So did I. What was there to say? We both saw it. We both knew something was wrong. I crashed at her place for the next few nights, avoiding my apartment, making excuses to myself, but deep down I knew I wasn't going back. Not to sleep. Not alone. I broke my lease the next week. My landlord didn't ask questions. Maybe he'd heard stories before. Maybe I wasn't the first. I moved to a new place, a different city. A fresh start. Harvey stopped growling at night. For a while, I let myself believe it was over. Then, about a month later, I got a package in the mail. No return address. Inside was a single photo. A picture of my old closet door. The scratches were deeper. There was a single new mark at the bottom, a long, jagged line, fresh, cutting through the paint. Like something was still trying to get out. Still to this day, I have no idea what that was or why it happened. Maybe it was just the building settling. Maybe my mind was playing tricks on me. Maybe there was a logical explanation I'll never find. Or maybe I left something behind in that apartment. And maybe it's still there. I don't think I want to know. We had been planning this trip for weeks. It was supposed to be a break from everything work, screens, noise, just the four of us, a tent, and miles of untouched wilderness. Josh was the one who found the spot. He had this way of always knowing the best hidden trails, the places that didn't show up on official maps. "No one goes out this far," he had said when we packed up the car, his usual confident grin stretching across his face. "It's perfect." At first he was right. The first day was everything we wanted it to be. The hike up was long, exhausting, but the air was crisp, the trees swayed lazily in the wind, and the distant peaks of the mountains stood like ancient guardians in the distance. We set up camp in a small clearing tucked away between thick pines, the kind of place where you could actually hear silence, not the kind that exists in cities, broken by the hum of electricity and the occasional siren. But true, untouched quiet. As the sun dipped below the horizon, we built a fire, pulled out the beers, and let ourselves breathe. It felt good to be out there. Just us and the wild. That night, I woke up needing to piss. I unzipped my sleeping bag as quietly as I could, careful not to wake the others. The fire had died down to glowing embers, sending faint flickers of orange into the night. The air had turned colder than I expected. I stepped out of the tent, stretching, listening to the quiet hum of the forest. Leaves rustled somewhere nearby, probably a rabbit or something small moving in the undergrowth. I walked a little past the tree line, far enough that I wouldn't wake the others, but not so far that I'd get turned around in the dark. As I finished, shaking the last bit of grogginess from my head, I turned back toward camp. And that's when I saw him. A man, standing just beyond the trees. My brain took a second to process it. He wasn't moving. He wasn't doing anything. He was just there. Not hiking, not holding a flashlight or any kind of gear, just standing in the dark, motionless. Watching. A sudden chill ran through me. "Hello?" My voice came out quieter than I meant it to. He didn't respond. Didn't move. I took a step forward, squinting through the dim light. The fire behind me cast just enough glow to outline his form. He was tall, too tall. Something about the way he stood there felt wrong. His posture was stiff, unnatural, his arms resting perfectly at his sides, his head tilted slightly forward. I swallowed. "Hey man, you okay?" Nothing. No reaction. He didn't shift his weight, didn't blink. The unease in my gut twisted into something heavier. Something primal. I took a slow step backward, resisting the urge to turn and run. Then I did something I probably shouldn't have. I reached into my pocket, pulled out my flashlight, and flicked it on. The beam hit the trees, bouncing off bark and leaves, but when it landed on him, there was nothing there. The man was gone. The trees stood empty, the undergrowth undisturbed, no movement, no sound. I stood there, frozen. For a moment, I told myself I had imagined it. Maybe the shadows had played tricks on me, the flickering firelight warping the forest into something it wasn't. But when I turned back toward camp, my heart nearly stopped. Josh was awake, sitting up in his sleeping bag. His eyes were wide. "You saw him too," he whispered. I nodded slowly. Neither of us said anything else. Neither of us slept. By morning it almost felt stupid to talk about. Almost. Chris and Devin were still passed out when Josh and I finally crawled out of the tent, stretching under the pale morning light. Josh ran a hand through his messy hair, his jaw tight. "You're sure you saw him?" I looked at him, irritated. "You were awake too." He hesitated. "Yeah, but maybe it was just..." "Just what?" He didn't answer. We let it drop. By the time Chris and Devin woke up, the whole thing felt like a bad dream. We had coffee, made breakfast, packed up some gear for a short hike. No one mentioned the man in the trees. It was easier to pretend it hadn't happened. The second night, we sat around the fire again, passing a bottle of whiskey between us, laughing at stories we had all heard 100 times before. But something felt different. The air had changed. Even Devin, who never shut up, was quieter than usual. Josh kept glancing toward the woods, his shoulders tense. I knew exactly what he was thinking. Then, at some point, Chris stopped mid-sentence, his face suddenly blank. We all turned to look at him. He wasn't looking at us. He was looking past us, into the trees. I turned slowly, dread creeping up my spine. And there he was, standing at the edge of the clearing, still, silent, watching. The fire crackled. Devin swore under his breath. Josh was the first to break the silence. "Hey man, who are you?" The man didn't move, didn't speak. Just like before, a heavy silence settled over us. I could hear my own breathing, too fast, too shallow. Devin forced a laugh, but it sounded weak. "Dude, are you lost?" "Nothing." He didn't shift, didn't react. Chris stood up, his voice sharp. "Hey, we're talking to you." Still no response. I could feel my hands curling into fists. My body screamed at me to do something. Then, in the flickering light of the fire, I noticed something. He wasn't blinking. Not once. Not at all. A sick, twisted feeling settled in my gut. People blink. They always blink. Josh stood up next to Chris. "I don't like this," he muttered. "Let's go inside the tent." Devin scoffed. "Seriously? He's just some guy." But there was no conviction in his voice. Josh ignored him and took a step back toward the tent. Chris followed. Devin hesitated, then muttered a curse and stomped after them. I stayed still. For just a moment longer, I kept my eyes on the man in the woods. His face was barely visible, just a shadow beyond the trees. But I swore I saw something change. His head tilted slightly, like he knew we were afraid. Like he liked it. I turned and followed the others, my chest tight. We crawled into the tent, zipped it shut, and sat there in silence. No one spoke. The fire outside burned lower. Through the thin fabric, I could still see the faint glow of the embers. And beyond that, a dark, motionless figure, standing just beyond the light, waiting. Nobody slept. The four of us sat inside the tent, the fabric stretching thin around us, the flickering light from the dying fire outside barely visible through the mesh of the entrance. It should have felt cramped, but there was enough space for our fear to settle in between us, thick, and suffocating. Devin kept shifting, his knee bouncing, arms crossed tight over his chest. Every so often, he muttered a quiet, nervous laugh under his breath, like he was trying to convince himself this was all a joke. Josh was silent, sitting with his back pressed against the tent wall, staring down at his hands. He had always been the one to keep a cool head, the guy who thrived in the wilderness. Now he looked like he had no idea what to do. Chris had his knife out. It was small, the kind of thing you kept for cutting rope or fishing line, but he gripped it like it could actually protect him from something bigger, something he couldn't understand. And then there was me. I was still trying to piece together what I had seen. The man in the woods hadn't moved, not once, not when we yelled at him, not when we stared, and he never blinked. I could feel it in my chest, that gut-deep certainty. He wasn't just standing there for no reason. He had been watching. And he was still out there. Josh exhaled through his nose, shaking his head. "We need to leave first thing in the morning." His voice was quieter than usual, like he didn't want to be heard. Chris gave a short, bitter laugh. "You think?" He ran a hand through his hair, fingers twitching. "This is messed up. What if he?" Nobody wanted him to finish the sentence. "What if he comes closer? What if he doesn't? What if he just stays there? Watching?" A soft crack outside made everyone freeze. Not the snap of a fire dying, not the rustle of wind. A footstep. Josh clenched his jaw and shook his head. "No way," he whispered. We all sat there, waiting. Then another. Closer. I grabbed Harvey by the collar. He had been curled up next to me the whole time, but now he was alert, his ears standing straight up, his body tensed. He let out a low, quiet whimper, something deep and instinctual. Chris shifted, gripping his knife tighter. Devin whispered, "If this is some kind of backwoods psycho messing with us, I swear to." Another step. Right outside the tent. I could hear my own breathing. Harvey let out a low growl. Josh raised a hand, signaling for everyone to stay still. He turned his head toward me, mouthed the flashlight. I hesitated, then slowly reached for it. The moment my fingers wrapped around the handle, the sound stopped. No more steps. No rustling. Just the distant sounds of the forest, the quiet hum of crickets, the faint swaying of trees in the breeze. Like nothing had ever been there. But we knew better. Nobody moved. Chris let out a shaky breath. "This is..." Josh cut him off. "We're not doing this. We're not playing into it." His voice was steady, but his hands weren't. He looked at me again. "Turn on the flashlight." I swallowed the lump in my throat and flicked it on. The light cut through the tent wall, casting a pale glow outside. Nothing. Just the trees, the dirt, the fire pit, still smoldering with dying embers. Devin let out a quiet laugh, shaking his head. "Screw this, man." Chris looked at him. "So you're just gonna pretend we didn't hear that? Maybe it was an animal." Josh's head snapped toward him. "That wasn't an animal." A beat of silence. Nobody wanted to say what we were all thinking. We weren't alone. And whatever was out there, it didn't leave. It was waiting. Josh cleared his throat. We pack up at sunrise. We move fast. No stopping, no messing around. Agreed? We nodded. None of us were getting any sleep tonight. The morning came too slow. I must have dozed off at some point because when I opened my eyes, the sky was turning gray, the faint glow of morning creeping over the trees. Josh was already up, stuffing his sleeping bag into his pack. Chris and Devin were groggy, but they didn't argue. Nobody joked about what had happened. Nobody even looked toward the tree line. We moved quickly, shoving everything into our bags, stomping out what remained of the fire. I rolled up my mat and glanced around the campsite one last time, my gut telling me something felt off. Then I saw the footprints. They were in the dirt, just beyond our tent. Deep, clear, fresh. Josh must have seen them at the same time because he stopped packing. We looked at each other. Neither of us said anything. There were no trails around here. No roads. No other hikers. And these weren't our footprints. Chris and Devin noticed too. Nobody moved. Then Devin forced a nervous laugh, running a hand through his hair. Whatever, man. Maybe some weirdo just. He cut himself off, because that was when we noticed the other set of prints, right next to the first ones, side by side. Like whoever had been standing out there last night wasn't alone. We left. Fast. Nobody ran, but it was close. We stuck together, moving at a steady pace, eyes straight ahead. We should have been making conversation. Someone should have cracked a joke, made a comment about breakfast, complained about the weight of their pack. But nobody spoke. Harvey was tense, his ears still flicking back toward the trees. I didn't look. I didn't want to see. We hiked for hours, but it felt longer. The sky turned brighter, the air warmer, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Like we were being followed. Not close enough to hear. Not close enough to see. But there. Present. We didn't stop for lunch. We didn't stop for anything. Josh didn't even check the map. He just kept walking. Chris muttered under his breath, his hands gripping the straps of his pack too tight. Devin kept looking over his shoulder. I wanted to tell him to stop. I wanted to tell him that if he kept checking, eventually, he was going to see something. And I was scared that if we saw it again this time, it wasn't going to just stand there. We reached the car by early afternoon. I didn't realize I had been holding my breath until we were inside, the doors shut and locked. Nobody spoke. Nobody even looked at each other. Josh turned the key. The engine rumbled to life. We left without a word. The trees blurred past the windows as we sped down the dirt road, the mountains shrinking behind us. We didn't look back. We didn't want to see if something was still there. The drive back was dead silent. Josh kept his hands tight on the wheel, his jaw clenched. Chris sat in the passenger seat, staring straight ahead like he was afraid to blink. Devin had his hoodie pulled up, slumped against the window, but I knew he wasn't asleep. Nobody was. Harvey had wedged himself between me and the door in the back seat, his body pressed against my leg like he was making sure I was still there. Nobody wanted to talk about what had happened. The footprints. the man in the trees. The fact that we had no idea if here they had followed us out. Josh was driving faster than he should have down the winding mountain road, but nobody told him to slow down. We wanted out. And none of us were going to be the one to say we felt like we weren't alone. I didn't turn around, didn't check the rearview mirror. I didn't want to see if something was there. Because if I saw something standing at the edge of the trees, watching our car disappear, I don't know if I would have ever slept again. We finally hit the main highway, and it was like someone let the air out of the car. Josh exhaled, long and slow, like he had been holding his breath the whole time. Chris sat back, rubbing his face with his hands. Devin shifted, sitting up straighter, pulling his hoodie down. Nobody said it out loud, but we all felt the same thing. The air felt lighter, like we had left something behind, or like something had let us go. I stared out the window, watching the trees thin as we got closer to town, trying to push the last 2 nights out of my head. I kept telling myself it was over. It should have been over. But then, just as we passed the first gas station in miles, Josh spoke for the first time in hours. His voice was hoarse, rough. "We stopping here?" Nobody answered right away. Devin finally cleared his throat. Yeah, I gotta take a piss." Chris nodded. "I could use a coffee." I didn't need anything. I didn't want to stop. But we had been hiking since sunrise, and my legs were still stiff from sitting in the car for so long. I exhaled, forcing my body to relax. It was just a gas station. Everything was fine now. Josh pulled into the lot, parking near the front doors. The gas station was the kind you only saw on long, empty highways, sold and quiet, a flickering open 24 hours sign buzzing faintly above the door. The lot was mostly empty, except for a truck parked near the pumps. No other hikers, no signs of anyone who had been in the mountains with us. We climbed out of the car. Harvey jumped down beside me, shaking himself off, tail wagging slightly now that we were somewhere familiar. He seemed calmer. That should have made me feel better. It didn't. Devin disappeared inside first. Josh followed, muttering something about stretching his legs. Chris hovered near the door, checking his phone like he suddenly cared about texts he had ignored all weekend. I hesitated before going in, staring out at the highway. The road stretched long and empty in both directions, only broken by rolling hills and patches of forest. I let out a breath. We were fine. We were out. I turned to follow the others inside, but as I stepped through the doorway, Harvey suddenly let out a low growl. Not loud, not aggressive, but warning. I froze. Harvey was still standing outside the entrance, his ears pinned back, staring across the parking lot. I turned, my pulse quickening. The truck. A man was sitting in the driver's seat. I couldn't see his face, not fully. The angle of the windshield and the glare from the sun made it hard to tell what he looked like. But he wasn't moving. Just sitting there, watching. Something in my gut twisted. I tried to tell myself I was being paranoid. He was probably just another traveler, another camper, someone who had been driving for hours and pulled over to rest. but something about the way he was sitting completely motionless and a ripple of unease through me. Like he had been waiting for us. Like he had known we would stop here. Harvey let out another quiet growl, then whined, stepping closer to me. I finally looked away and headed inside. The gas station was small but bright, the hum of fluorescent lights filling the space. The smell of stale coffee and cleaning chemicals lingered in the air. Josh was near the coolers, grabbing a bottle of water. Chris was at the counter, talking to the cashier, a bored-looking woman in her 50s. Devin was nowhere to be seen. I grabbed a pack of gum just to have something in my hands, then wandered toward the counter. Chris glanced at me. "Dude, they don't have an ATM. Do you have cash?" I shook my head. "Use your card." Chris sighed but didn't argue. Josh walked up beside us, twisting off the cap of his water. "How much longer you think it'll take to get back?" 2 hours, give or take, Chris muttered. Josh nodded. "Good." He didn't elaborate. He didn't have to. None of us wanted to talk about it. Not in front of other people. Not yet. I paid for my gum, stuffing it into my jacket pocket, then glanced toward the back of the store. Devin still wasn't back. I turned to Josh. "Where's Devin?" Josh frowned. "Bathroom, I think." Chris checked his watch. "He's been gone a while." The three of us exchanged a glance. Something unspoken passed between us. None of us wanted to check. None of us wanted to go to the back of the store and see if something was wrong. But we did. The bathroom door was closed. Josh knocked. No response. "Devin?" Nothing. Josh glanced at me, then reached for the handle. Locked. "Devin, come on, man. Let's go." Still nothing. Chris stepped back. Maybe he's just. Then the toilet flushed. The sink turned on. The door finally opened. Devin stepped out, his face pale. His hands trembled slightly at his sides. We stared at him. He stared back. I swallowed. "You good?" He nodded, too quickly. Yeah, man. Let's get out of here." Something was wrong. But I wasn't going to ask about it in the middle of a gas station. We walked out together, stepping back into the afternoon sun. The truck was gone, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been watching us the entire time. And I couldn't ignore how Devin wouldn't meet our eyes. Or how, when we got back in the car, he whispered under his breath, almost like he didn't mean for us to hear it. "He was in there with me." Nobody responded to what Devin said. We heard him. We knew we heard him, but no one wanted to ask. It was like we had some silent agreement. If we didn't talk about it, we could pretend nothing was wrong. Pretend that we were just four guys driving home from a normal camping trip. Josh started the car, and we pulled onto the highway. The gas station disappeared behind us, swallowed by the empty road. Nobody spoke. Even Harvey, curled up between my feet, seemed tense, his body coiled like he was still waiting for something to happen. Chris finally cleared his throat, shifting in his seat. "We're almost home," he muttered, like he was trying to convince himself more than us. Nobody answered. Josh just drove, and Devin sat in the back, staring out the window, his knee bouncing. His face was still pale, his hand still shaking slightly against his jeans. I wanted to ask what happened in that bathroom. I wanted to know if he saw something, but I didn't. Maybe because I was scared of the answer. Maybe because I already knew. We made it back to town just before sunset. Josh pulled into Devin's driveway first, shifting the car into park. "All right, man, you're home." Devin hesitated. His hand rested on the door handle, but he didn't move to get out. Josh turned slightly, frowning. "Dude?" Devin exhaled slowly, then forced a laugh. It sounded fake, forced, like he was trying to make himself believe this was all normal. Yeah, sorry, just tired." Chris chuckled weakly. "Same." Devin opened the door, stepping out. His movements were stiff, like his body was still on edge, still bracing for something. I watched him walk up the steps to his house, fumbling with his keys. The second he got inside, he shut the door too fast, almost like he was locking something out. Josh shifted into drive, glancing at Chris in the passenger seat. "Where am I dropping you?" Chris didn't answer right away. Then he sighed. "I'll crash at my brother's place tonight." Josh nodded. "Good call." Nobody said it out loud, but none of us wanted to be alone. Not yet. Chris was next. Then it was just me, Josh, and Harvey. The car felt smaller with just the three of us. Josh glanced at me. "You need a ride to your place?" I hesitated. Then I shook my head. "I'll crash at yours." He didn't argue. When we got to Josh's place, Harvey practically bolted out of the car, his nails clicking against the pavement as he ran straight to the front door. He had never done that before. Josh unlocked the door, stepping inside first. I followed, closing it behind me. We didn't turn on any lights. Didn't talk. Just sat down in the living room, the weight of the last 2 days finally hitting all at once. Josh leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. "You think Devin's okay?" I shook my head. "Number." Josh exhaled, rubbing a hand down his face. Then finally, I asked, "What do you think happened out there?" He was quiet for a long time. Then, without looking at me, he muttered, "I don't know, and I don't think I want to." That night, neither of us slept. Harvey lay curled up between us on the couch, his ears twitching at every sound. At one point, Josh muttered, "This is stupid," and got up to grab a beer from the fridge. The second he was gone, my phone buzzed. I nearly jumped. I grabbed it from my pocket, hands unsteady. A text from Chris. "Dude, Devin just texted me. He says he's going off the grid for a while. Says he doesn't want to talk to anyone. With..." I stared at the screen. Then, before I could even process it, another text came in. From Devin. "You guys need to forget about this." I read it twice. I wanted to reply, but I didn't know what to say. Forget about what? The trip? The man in the woods? The fact that whatever we saw, whatever followed us, was still out there. I turned off my phone and set it face down on the coffee table. Josh came back into the room, handing me a beer. He nodded at my phone. Who was that? I hesitated. Then I lied. Nobody. He didn't push. We sat there in silence, staring at the darkened television, pretending like we weren't both listening for something. The next morning, Devin was gone. His phone was off. His house was locked up. His car was still in the driveway, but he wasn't answering. Chris went over to check on him, but there was no sign of him. No note, nothing. It was like he had just left. We tried to call his family. They hadn't heard from him either. Days passed, then weeks. Nobody knew where he went. The police didn't consider him a missing person. They said he left on his own. But something about it felt wrong. Like it wasn't his choice. Like he knew something we didn't. And he was running from it. Or maybe it finally got him. I don't go hiking anymore. Josh doesn't either. Chris moved 2 states away. None of us ever talk about it. Not to each other. Not to anyone. We let it go. We pretend it never happened. But sometimes when I'm driving on an empty road, I get that same feeling again. Like there is something watching. Not close enough to see. Not close enough to hear. But still there. Still waiting. Still to this day, I have no idea what we saw or why it happened. Maybe it was just a drifter, a coincidence. Maybe it was nothing. But I will never go back to those woods. And I do not think Devin ever left.